prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine.
If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office Orlando.
How long have you been thinking about going solar? With power bills soaring higher and higher than ever, it's time to think about what you can save instead of what you're spending. Each year you wait, you could be losing thousands. This year alone, prices have jumped over 10%. Isn't it time you own your own power with Solar Source? With over 40 years in business, Solar Source has over 60,000 installations right here in Central Florida. They've had the same phone number since 1984. It's no wonder this company is the one I trust. I started with a pool heater solar, and now I'm thrilled that Solar Source has a pay-as-you-go system. I can save monthly, and it starts at $99. That's solarsource.com/monsters.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
This is an important message for all parents of teens. If your teen or preteen is or has been addicted to social media sites such as Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, or YouTube, and they have suffered from eating disorders, body image issues, anxiety, depression, or suicidal thoughts, you may be eligible to participate in a lawsuit for significant compensation. Text KID to 200-300 to find out more. Disclosures by a Facebook whistleblower show Instagram and Facebook know their social media platforms were highly addictive and may have caused eating disorders, body image issues, depression, and suicidal ideation. That's right. It appears these social media companies knew they had been causing serious harm to kids, but have done little to stop it. If your teen has been harmed by social media like Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, or YouTube, then you could be eligible for significant compensation. Text KID to 200-300 if you'd like to discuss a lawsuit. Text KID to 200-300.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson, Media Advertising Specialists, LLC, is responsible for the content of this ad with principal offices in Chicago, Illinois.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7635. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7635 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Make reservations now for Everglades Restaurant Tequila Pairing October 12th. Delight in 6 handcrafted tequila cocktails paired with 5 Mexican-inspired dishes by head chef Fred Blachos. Call 407-996-2385 to secure your spot today. Everglades in the Rosen Center.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Shh. Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny Final Expense Insurance.
Shh. Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
It's always a good time for donuts, so indulge in Shipley Donuts. Fresh-made donuts in delicious flavors, from classic glazed to Oreo cookie-topped treats. Crafted from quality ingredients. Catering and online ordering available. Visit ShipleyDonuts.com. Now open in Orlando on South Cimarron Boulevard.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. go to millsair.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers.
You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Thursday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. And we do have a good one for you this afternoon. We'll get you caught up on what's happening out in the world. That will do that around 3:20 with Woke News. 4 o'clock hour at Stack. Date night done right with our friend Danny Meyering from Orlando Date Night Guide. We'll find out what's happening in Orlando this weekend, give you some opportunities to take your girl or your partner and your family out somewhere. Colbert Court, our buddy Glenn Klausman drops by from Klausman Law, 5 o'clock hour. We have trivia, Orlando Magical Dining dinner for 2 up for grabs. I don't know what restaurant. I always leave that for a surprise, which is awesome. And we ended up, you heard it here first. Your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day long. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my very lovely and dangerous co-host, Miss Deb Roberts.
Hello there.
And straight ahead, producer Slick.
Orlando, I'm back.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Find us easily on social. Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, it's just at Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. Check us out on Twitter and Facebook. Very easy to find there. And, of course, you can watch us do our thing on YouTube. Go to JimColbertLive.com. Click right through until you see our beautiful, shiny faces. Or at least Slick's right now. Let's
Right, exactly.
Just Slick's.
He's working on it. He's working on it.
Hogging the screen. Look at this guy. Invite him in. Hogs the screen.
I know.
How you doing, boss? Everything good?
I'm doing good, man. I mean, you know, I'm
Liar.
just, well, yeah, that's true. I do that from time to time.
We all do.
I'm trying.
Yeah. It's so funny because, you intimated to us before the show that, you had a friend, meet the same kind of fate that our buddy Ross did. In this business, unfortunately, there are no explanations, usually no real logic used theoretically in these decisions made because they're all friends and stuff. So, we completely understand.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, no names. No names.
I'm not. I'm going to be honest, though. It deflated me.
Yeah.
It made me feel probably as expendable as I've ever felt in this job.
So, interestingly, many people have that feeling. Matter of fact, Ross had that very feeling when a good friend of ours was let go in a layoff a while back because he could not understand. And I think I could use this name. I don't think it's going to hurt anybody's feelings. I think it's actually more of a compliment than anything. When Fritz was laid off, I won't say let go because there's nothing that Fritz did to deserve, not having his position. Of course, you hear Fritz every Wednesday on the News Junkie for Fritz on the Street. And of course, will always be connected in family to us here at Real Radio 104.1. It did the same thing to Ross because Ross simply couldn't understand. He saw behind the scenes how much that guy did for the company and what an asset he was. And it didn't seem to make any sense.
Just like this one.
So it's just one of those things you deal with, boss. I appreciate you being here in a difficult time.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. And, you get to build these relationships with people over the years. And then when you see good people, when bad things happen to good people, it's
Tough.
really, really hard to internalize that.
I'll tell you how thick this rolls too. Yesterday on a whim, I mentioned a former employee here because we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I'd mentioned a former employee and I'd made a comment that if I were to start a company outside of this business and to take it seriously, fund it correctly, do the whole 9 yards, I have a handful of people I would easily choose that were former employees of this radio station that went on to do great things, and their work ethic and their integrity is beyond measher. And that person, when I mentioned that name, that person texted me yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She reached out to me and said we should get together because a lot of people still kind of they come back and visit this place, and it's just kind of how it is sometimes. Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Had a doctor's appointment today. I got a bum knee.
Oh, what happened?
But I want to ask you guys something. Well, look, man, I got a bunch of stuff happening. I got some bone spurs up in there, and it was a knee replacement, ACL replacement. So I'm just having a fit with it. Got some arthritis in there. So, I'm just getting to that age where, you deal with these things as your body kind of starts doing different stuff. And by different stuff, I mean falling effing apart.
He's not kidding.
But either way, but here's the thing. So, everybody has that same experience when you go to medical offices, right? What is that? Everybody, when you go to a medical office, you wind up doing this, and you can't understand why.
Filling out paperwork.
Every
single
time. Over and over.
Like you never been there.
Now,
Exactly.
Listen, this is a new one. Listen, this is a new office. I've not been to this office before. It's an orthopedist out in my part of the area, Florida, Central Florida, where I live now. And it's so much easier to go out there than it is to drive all the way into town. I'd formerly been worked on by the guys over at Jewett, wonderful people.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll try to keep it local. And went in and did look, as far as the filling out the stuff, I mean, they had one of the easier packages. Here's what I did not understand. In regards to you filling out a piece of paper to see a doctor about a bum knee.
Right.
How deep does the information have to be? Now, let me give you this.
I don't know, but the Bee Gees just started playing in my head. How deep is you?
Let me give you an example of what was asked. I mean, I think it's kind of common. Your name, date of birth, sometimes social security number. Usually that's an insurance thing. Your insurance information.
Right. Do you use toys in the bedroom?
Yeah, toys in the bedroom. Yeah. That's an obvious one.
Obviously.
Medications. Former procedures that you've had, right?
Right. That makes sense.
Allergies of that, things like that, right? Do you guys think it's odd that a questionnaire for an orthopedic doctor, which is to work on your joints and whatnot, asked if my family was alive?
What?
And I mean, didn't ask it like, hey, man, how's your mom? It's nothing like that. It was like, is your mom alive? Is your dad? It wasn't like brutally like that, but it's like, it basically asked what portion up to my siblings. They wanted to even know if my siblings were still alive.
Well, what if you need like a knee transplant? Maybe they need to know that information.
Yeah, they know where to go get parts.
Right.
No, you're not. I'm not putting a girl knee. Get out of here.
Probably already have one.
Lose 40 yards on my drive.
Oh.
So I just
well, they can at least keep the D on your forehead. It's in a convenient spot.
So when I saw that, I said, man, that's some deep info. Like, why would they need to know? I'm just telling you, look, I'm not mad about it. Posing a question. Why would they need to know if my parents are alive and if my sister is alive? And even more, if they're dead, what killed them?
Whoa.
Why would they need to know that? Because that's asked. And again, this is not a nefarious scenario. I don't think it was. I've filled out a number of these things in my life, as everyone, and I've never had one ask me if my family was alive. Why do you think? Why would they ask that?
They just want the tea?
No, they can't. Look, there has to be a logical reason why. I'm saying I've been noodling this now for a little bit.
Well,
and I can't figure out why. Because they could ask me about genetic disorders, which they do. Do you have any heart issues? And I said I have. In my family there are kidney issues. Nothing crazy, but there are. We don't really have a history of cancer. There has been some cancer.
I can only imagine it's for medical history.
I could assume that, but I couldn't understand why. Like,
they just
what
had
does
a
my
very
dad?
Interesting way of asking it.
What does my mom's death have to do with my left knee? That's the thing I could not figure out. I couldn't draw that. What does my sister's being alive or dead have to do with them operating or checking my knee?
You should have told them that's on a need to know basis.
Go on, Slick. Go on now.
Look, I answer all kinds of questions. How many drinks?
Awesome,
how many drinks do you have? Do you smoke cigars? How many? How often? Where? All that. No problem with all that stuff because I know that goes down your health. Smoking cigars, smoking cigarettes, or smoking anything for that matter can have a detrimental effect on your health, as does enjoying alcohol. And I get that. Like, to me, that's not even personal anymore. And I'm 100% honest about all of it, like painfully so. But I did not get this one. This one I did not understand. I was like, why does my old man, and whether he's alive or not, have anything to do with the fact that my knee hurts?
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah,
to me, that's too much.
I don't know. It just seemed a little odd.
You mean too much thought into something that's so meaningless?
Yeah. No, it's not meaningless. Like, what if they asked you that? If they asked you if your dad or mom was alive when you're trying to get it, like you're getting toes done, like, would that be weird to you?
No, because they're always asking what seems like weird questions.
Yeah, but I mean, why? You never ask why? You just like blatantly give that info up. You're never like, I wonder why they want to know if I did that.
Maybe they just want to know if your emergency contact is alive.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Well, I already gave him that. It was my wife. I give him that.
Okay.
She's able to get everything. She's going to get everything. It's just the way it is. So I look, man, I read that. I was like, man, that's all right. Let's get in there. This must be a damn good knee doctor. I was very happy. I just started putting some regular rationalization. I was like, man, these guys must be good. They want to know everything.
Right, exactly.
Oh, that's funny.
They really want to know everything. I just threw them some regular drug use stuff for fun. I did that on the back. They really didn't ask. I also gave them some freak show stuff that I like in the bedroom, even though they didn't ask. Oh, by the way, turn over. I drew some pictures and whatnot. This is where I like it to go. This is what I like. These are the size of these I like.
How tolerant are you of banana pudding?
Right, exactly. I got texture issues. I mean, since you want to know if my dad's dead, I guess you like to know whether I like chunks of my milkshake.
No, don't say chunks.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. You know, a couple things happened today that are very interesting. The Wizard of Oz premiered on this day back in 1939.
Really?
Yeah, The Wizard of Oz, one of the most game-changing, needle-moving movies of all time.
All time, absolutely.
Released years and years ago on this day. Let's see, the Lake Mary All-Stars did a little something. We'll talk about those guys after our interview with the coach, which was wonderful.
Yeah, had their first appearance at the Little League World Series last night.
Absolutely. We'll talk about child marriage today.
Always a good time.
Let me tell you something, guys. Let me tell you something. There's a lot you don't know about this country that would melt your eyes into the back of your throat and down into your stomach, only to be removed naturally the next day or so.
By your knee doctor?
Oh no, not by your knee doctor. Holy ass, man! I can't even remember why I got into that conversation and started looking that up. It was based on a case that I saw. And when I did the research, I saw this story from a little bit back. My God Almighty!
It's not just a third world problem, as a lot of people may believe.
It is not. A judge goes scared straight on somebody, and Florida condo owners could be in for a little surprise. It's kind of a weird scenario right now for those guys. What do you have for us for news, Deb?
Oh, speaking of weird, well, you know, Slick's not doing the news because it's a bummer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, billions of Social Security numbers are compromised from a Florida company. Arrests are made in connection to Matthew Perry's death. Oh, and then let's have a little bit of fun. Your chance to look just like Dolly Parton.
Really?
We'll talk about that and more coming up next during Woke News.
All right, Deb, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. You can also check us out online, just right through our YouTube channel, JimColbertLive.com. We'll take a little break, back with Deb's news and more of The Jim Colbert Show.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio, at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan, brought to you by Gringos Locos and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Ken, and Mike. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
Slow traffic reported in the usual spots on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound in the Orlando area, between US 27 and World Drive and Osceola Parkway and 535. No slowdowns to report for those who need to take the Beach Line or the Greenway today. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
For new blinds, go to Blindster.com.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
If you're thinking about selling your business, now is the perfect time. Florida's economy has attracted great buyers that are actively seeking new investment opportunities. Simply put, they're looking for businesses just like yours. At Transworld, our mergers and acquisitions team has extensive experience in confidentially selling privately held firms across all industries. Call us today at 833-735-5352. That's 833-SELL-FLA. And speak confidentially with one of our advisors with no obligation. That's 833-SELL-FLA. FLA, or visit transworldma.com. Once again, that's transworldma.com. Transworld Business Advisors, the #1 lower middle market firm in Florida. Good deals, good people.
Discover the essence of Florida at Everglades Restaurant Rosen Center. Join us Saturday, October 12th at 6:30 p.m. for an unforgettable evening of culinary artistry and tequila exploration. Savor 6 handcrafted cocktails paired with 5 Mexican-inspired dishes by head chef Fred Vlachos. Reservations strongly recommended. Call 407-996-2385 to reserve your spot. Everglades Restaurant, where Florida's flavors come alive. 9840 International Drive, Orlando.
Get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6 powered by Galaxy AI with Spectrum free anytime upgrade. Use Circle to search with Google to see more and search more on the large Z Fold 6 screen. Or capture perfectly framed pics using FlexCam and Z Flip 6. Order now with Spectrum free anytime upgrade and get up to $1,000 off, plus the value of your trade-in. Visit a Spectrum store or SpectrumMobile.com today. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, tells us about the advantages the speed of audio production affords their growing tech company.
At Moderna, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can pivot fearlessly. You can go where the news is and bringing in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance or 3 months in advance when you do a TVC. You're able to create really nimble content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
A violent crime is committed every 24 seconds. The U.S. Concealed Carry Association exists to provide you with firearms education, training, and access to self-defense liability insurance. So when trouble comes, you'll be ready. Over 800,000 Americans trust the USCCA, and right now, there's an exclusive, limited-time offer for radio listeners. Go to defendfamily.com to get a free family defense guide, a survival secrets training video from a retired FBI agent, and see all the benefits of membership. Go to defendfamily.com now.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trenley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trenley Kramer, TK Law, OneFirmForLife.com.
Savings class is in session at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Right now, close out pricing on new Nissans or find the perfect back-to-school pre-owned vehicle. And school shopping is on us with a $500 Visa gift card. Don't be late to Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Online at OrlandoNissan.com. Home with a lifetime warranty. With purchase of a new Nissan. See dealer for details.
I'm Mo DeWitt, and the Just Call Mo Comedy Jam is back. Join us Thursday, September 5th at the Orlando Funny Bone. And remember, it's all for the Yellow Brick Road Foundation, a great local charity. Tickets start at just $20. Get yours today at MoComedyJam.com.
iHeart's Yacht Rock Radio goes commercial free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s smooth soft rock all weekend, all commercial free. High tide, low tide, no tide. Yacht Rock Radio works anywhere. Open the free iHeart app, search Yacht Rock, and start listening. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
If you ever need our help, we're just a call away. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
You text us at 77031 and we say it on the air. Sometimes we might even give you credit. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. You can watch radio being made on a daily basis at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
You tell him, Dan. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show here on Real Radio 104.1. Thanks again for tuning in like you do every single day. We appreciate it greatly. Slick is right over there. I am Jim, and Deb has your news. Let's get it.
I do.
And now, it's time for Woke News. It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole woke on the Jim Colbert Show.
All right, I'm a little bit embarrassed doing this in front of Slick.
Shut up.
No, well, I mean, you guys had so much fun the last time when he was here doing the news. But as always, the Woke News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. Saturday morning, give him a listen when he's host of the Home Loans Radio Show. Okay, all Americans' Social Security information could be compromised. Reports say hackers stole data from National Public Data and tried to sell it, but then posted it online for free. The group claims to have nearly 3 billion records of personal data from North America and the UK.
Okay.
Of course, North America would also include Canada. Experts say the best course of action is to freeze your credit files to prevent others from signing up for credit cards or other accounts in your name. In the meantime, the company that was hit is located in Coral Springs, right there in South Florida. Cyber expert Alan Crowett says National Public Data is required to notify everyone of the breach.
The National Public Data has yet to inform people. By law, you have to inform everybody. I think Florida's got like 90 days or something like that. There's various things that happen. But you know what? Almost every company doesn't follow that law very well. But they're big enough, they probably will be smart enough to follow it.
An identity theft protection company detected the alleged breach of the company by the hacker group called USDOD.
Okay.
Crowett says if you're concerned, monitor your credit card statements and invest in identity theft protection.
Yeah.
You know, the thing they offer you every time our data is compromised?
Right. Hey, question, would that be actionable if something happens, like if it were to get jacked and then used to get a nefarious loan, would I have an action against them for not protecting that?
Well, that cyber expert had earlier said that most banks wouldn't hold you on the line for fraudulent charges that were made. However, I don't know if that would apply to existing credit cards that are under your name. I don't know how that would apply if they used your Social Security number and getting their own card. My best defense against that is just have bad credit.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. I ain't saying no names. But if you got bad credit, should I worry about that?
No, don't worry about that, babe. They're going to look at our credit. They're going to be like, oh, no, throw them back.
They're going to send yours back.
Now, this James Colbert guy, take a look at that portfolio.
They're going to send yours back with Wawa gift cards.
Oh, yeah.
They're like,
exactly.
We're sorry, guys. Here's a sub on us.
Exactly. Meanwhile, they're going to be stalking out your house. Okay, the other really big story of the day, I was surprised of this myself. The death of actor Matthew Perry is being called, quote, a criminal conspiracy, end quote. In Los Angeles today, U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada says 5 defendants are being charged in connection to Perry's death due to the use of ketamine.
They knew what they were doing was risking great danger to Mr. Perry, but they did it anyways. In the end, these defendants were more interested in profiting off Mr. Perry than caring for his well-being.
Now, the drug used to treat addiction and chronic pain caused him to lose consciousness and drown in his hot tub last October. Estrada said the defendants, including 2 doctors, took advantage of Perry's addiction and were more concerned about making money. Apparently, text messages exchanged between them, at one point calling him an idiot. Let's see how much we can get out of this idiot.
Yeah, keep him nice and high so you can bilk his money. I heard when he died, I saw a story again. I did not vet this, but I saw a story about his net worth at his death. What do you think it should be? Now, this is Matthew Perry. Again, not a gigantic movie star, but he was part of one of the greatest sitcoms in 90s history.
$150 million?
What do you think?
I would probably say about $400 million.
Yeah. $1.5 million.
Wow.
Yeah, $1.5 million. So
he was down to his last
Well, I had heard also the guy made so much money per month on residuals from Cheers that you just couldn't believe it. Like he literally did not have to work theoretically,
right.
Within reason, depending on your lifestyle. But, that maybe is going to be shown more with this case of how much he was actually bilked out of, if that's true,
Well, Estrada said one of the defendants is known as the, quote, ketamine queen, end quote. She's a stand-up citizen.
That is not the nickname you want to take into court.
No, you do not. Perry was open about his decades-long opioid addiction. What were you going to say, Slick?
Well, initially when this happened, they said it was foul play and they closed the case, didn't they? So how did they get here?
Probably just an investigation, but I don't think they closed the case, though. I don't ever remember it being closed.
I don't remember them being very open about the fact that I remember there was some talk about, well, where did he get this ketamine? Because apparently he had been taking infusions of it for anxiety and depression. So kind of,
but the entire time,
it gave it the air of legitimacy.
Yeah, the entire time claiming he was sober, by the way. Wow. The entire time he was claiming he was sober, right?
He was, but at the same time, from what was being said, that how he got it was because it was for anxiety and depression. Of course, we know propofol was being given to Michael Jackson because he couldn't sleep. Right. Generally, you save that for surgery.
Then he really slept.
We'll, of course, keep watching that story. Vice presidential candidates Tim Walz and J.D. Vance have agreed to at least one debate. The Minnesota governor and Ohio senator will face off in a debate hosted by CBS News on October 1st. The network announced Wednesday on social media that it had proposed 4 different dates for a debate, but with Walz replying, quote, "See you on October 1st, JD," end quote. In a post on X today, Vance said he's agreed to the CBS debate as well as a debate hosted by CNN on September 18th. So far, there's been no response from the Harris-Walz campaign about that September debate.
Oh, man, it's going to be fiery, that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be fiery, that one. That may be better than the other one.
That one might actually.
Coach.
Yeah.
In the meantime, a South Florida roadway near Mar-a-Lago is expected to remain closed until at least the November election. The U.S. Secret Service shut down parts of South Ocean Boulevard, better known as State Road A1A.
Yeah.
Last month, following the assassination attempt of former President Trump, Palm Beach officials held a meeting earlier this week saying the roughly 1-mile closure has made it difficult to get around the island and may even impact emergency response in the area. The town has reportedly sent a letter to the Secret Service saying, listen, can we get a less invasive closure when he's not in town?
Yeah, really.
Officials are still waiting on a response.
Heard today, did you guys see the reports today that he watches that video of him being shot over and over and over?
Wow.
And they think he could have PTSD. People would question how he was speaking the other day during a couple of events, and they think there's a possibility that he may be actually going through it, and his schedule just be so brutal that he can't really stop to kind of ascertain how exactly he's feeling about what happened,
Well, he blamed it on technology. Yeah, he said it was like the cell phone and the way everything was fed in. He said that there's going to be a cleaner version put out.
Well, we know it was something.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what he said. All right, heads up, surfers. Going to be some gnarly waves this weekend, dude. Hurricane Ernesto expected to create dangerous surf conditions along Central Florida's coast. The National Weather Service in Melbourne says the distant storm system will generate strong swells, leading to a high risk of rip currents at area beaches tomorrow and into the weekend. Of course, nothing like what they're facing in Puerto Rico, right?
Yeah.
500,000 people without power.
Or going to Bermuda. That thing is churning and just getting bigger and bigger as it goes toward Bermuda,
and that's
which
just
is a
tiny. I know, it's just a little tiny of an island. There is currently a moderate risk of rip currents in effect between Flagler County and the Volusia-Brevard County line. Ernesto is expected to stay well east of Florida as it makes its way, just as Jimmy said, toward Bermuda. After that, though, it looks like the tropics are quiet for the next 6 days. Speaking of Brevard County, a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket successfully lifted off from Cape Canaveral this morning at 9 a.m.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff Falcon 9, go Worldview Legion.
Yeah, that name bothers me a little.
Yeah?
This is the third of 3 missions to send Maxar-6, Worldview Legion.
Maxar-6.
Ew.
Maxar-6.
Maxar-6, Worldview Legion satellites into space. The first 2 satellites were successfully launched from California.
Yes.
Atop a Falcon 9 rocket earlier this year.
Does it scare you that you don't know where Maxar 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 are?
Exactly.
Because they're out there doing effing damage right now. Maxar 6 is there to reel them in. Nobody knows about Maxar 1.
Good point made there, Jim. Good point made.
Thank you. I can only do that in this voice.
For so long. All right, a search is underway to find a woman who went missing in the Orlando area. Alabama resident Lee Marie Langford was last seen last week at a hotel on University Boulevard while on vacation. She was reported missing on Monday after she didn't show up to work. The police chief in Southside, Alabama says the 37-year-old was believed to be traveling alone in a gray Nissan Altima with an Alabama plate.
They do, and they have the plate number because they have her going through some toll, so you can see the plate number. You get a description of not only her but the vehicle. But man, this is scary because you know when you're traveling alone as a young lady, you kind of wonder, what are you coming down to Alabama for? If you're going to the parks, that's fine. Usually, though, if you're doing that, you have somebody with you. I wonder if she was coming here to meet someone.
Possibly,
and then that went awry.
Possibly, but we do work with someone who travels on her own quite extensively and very often, as did my sister-in-law. I mean, overseas travel.
Gotcha,
so
yeah.
I'm really wimpy about that. All right, we're always warning kids, right? Don't make school threats. Don't make school threats.
Yeah, I'm always telling my kids, whatever you do, it's no bomb threats today, guys. My God, 3 last week. It was terrible.
Well, how about this time? And it's an employee that's accused of making a threat toward a Volusia County school. Daytona Beach police say the employee made a vague threat directed at Campbell Middle on social media earlier this morning after they were placed on administrative leave. Several administrators were able to alert police after that same person was seen entering the front parking lot of the school before classes began.
Oof.
Right?
Yeah, tase him in the eye.
So the suspect has been arrested. The district thanked law enforcement for their quick actions because, disgruntled employee makes a threat, veiledly made threat on social media, shows up in the parking lot before classes begin. That's a recipe for disaster.
We need to get rid of that term veiled threat. I don't even know if that applies to a threat anymore. I think you can drop the veiled from all threats anymore and just go straight to that guy's threatening. That person's threatening me.
Right, exactly.
Because veiled, by the time you say veiled, you're shot.
What if he's actually wearing a veil?
Slick with the swerve.
Can you still do it?
Slick with the swerve.
Way less intimidating, though.
In the meantime, investigators are trying to figure out what caused a school bus carrying more than 24 students to catch fire in Brevard County earlier this morning. Palm Bay officials say the bus was heading to Life Changers Christian Academy when it became engulfed in flames near Bass Pro Drive. The driver and all 29 students on board thankfully were able to safely evacuate before the fire quickly burned through the interior of the bus. Apparently, when firefighters arrived, there were big flames shooting out the back.
That or God finally got that one bad kid.
Got him.
I told you to stay away from Amber. She's a bad one. Now look what God did.
Everyone was checked by paramedics at the scene. This is not a bad kid. This is a really good kid. No, this one, a Seminole County teen who's making sure a fallen deputy, and he's not the only one, is not forgotten. 15-year-old Zachariah Cartledge and others ran a mile around the track at Tavares Middle School yesterday to honor Lake County Deputy Bradley Link. He was shot to death while on duty 2 weeks ago in Eustis. So Cartledge ran while holding a law enforcement flag that he then gave to Link's widow. Since founding Running for Heroes, Cartledge has run over 1,500 miles. And his final run isn't too far away. He tells Channel 9 he's going to retire from running December 30th, but he'll continue to work with the nonprofit and recruit other runners to continue the tradition he started in 2019 to run a mile in honor of any first responder that loses their life in the line of duty. What's interesting is that only those 16 and under can take part in this run.
Oh, wow.
So that's what makes it special and why he's retiring.
Very cool.
Because now he'll be 16. All right, they're here.
What is?
From South Florida.
What? Frat boys. Oh God. Cocaine dealers.
It's over in Brevard County.
In Brevard County.
Yep.
Love bugs.
No. Can't find those anymore.
That is wild, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I mean,
if we don't get any in October, there's something sketch. We're gonna have to call University of Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have another story with University of Florida real quick. No, actually, a recent sighting in Brevard County is a troubling sign for those who track invasive species. Maybe that's your hint. A Titusville resident recently saw a green iguana on his porch.
Really?
And posted a photo of it online.
Oh, I have so many BBs.
He says it was the first one he has seen in the 7 or 8 years he's lived in the area. Of course, we know this is a big problem in South Florida, but the iguanas are not from Florida, but they're still spreading across our state. Ken Gioli studies invasive species at the University of Florida. There you go, Jimmy. And he says green iguanas present a very difficult situation, right? So they're usually captured for the pet trade. He tells Fox 35 that unfortunately their droppings, if left, say, on fruits and vegetables, they can cause salmonella or E. coli.
Okay.
And there's also no easy way to eradicate the species. So it's just a sign of what's been in South Florida is making its way north.
I just said I've got a bunch of BBs and a very active BB gun and a good pump hand.
All right. And this story is personal to me, but good news for homeowners with bats in their eaves, attics, or maybe your mom's chimney. You now have one more tool to get rid of them. Bat nesting season ends August 15th, so that's today, meaning you can now use exclusion devices to keep them from returning to their roosts. Dr. Johnson with the University of Florida says bats can squeeze into some pretty tight spots.
If you can fit your thumb into an opening, that's about as big as the bats need to get in and out.
Yeah, that's about it. Johnson says hiring a professional is your best bet, or Deb with a hand towel. Bat exclusions are banned from April to August in Florida.
Because of nesting season?
While mama bats are nursing their flightless pups.
There you go. Yeah.
Feeling a little guilty.
Really? You should not feel guilty. You should not feel guilty. You know how gross that must look? Nursing bats?
Ugh. Oh, what are you talking about? Who cares what it looks like? They are such an important species.
Zero question. I'm just saying that it looks weird.
Rock musician and longtime radio show host Greg Kihn has passed away.
Wow.
Man, a statement on his official website said he died at the age of 75 Tuesday following a battle with Alzheimer's disease. Here's a little musical reminiscence. He earned his first hit song with the breakup song when it hit number 15 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart in 1981. That was featured prominently in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
It wasn't. I thought it was, but it was not. It was part of a soundtrack. I just could not remember what it was. Well, he's known for Jeopardy through the mid-'80s, but his first song really was the better tune, in my opinion.
The breakout song?
Yeah, very nice.
Breakup song, rather, actually. He did follow up with the biggest hit of his career 2 years later with Jeopardy. Yeah. You just heard that, which peaked at number 2 on the Hot 100. He also served as the morning show host on a California Bay Area classic rock radio station from 1996 through 2012.
Damn.
Even the greats will sometimes fall and choose radio.
That's right. No, don't you say it that way. How dare you tell the truth? How dare you tell the truth? I'm going to drink some whiskey while you keep talking.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Numb the pain!
I laugh because he's not wrong. And then finally,
Should have been an attorney.
I know, man.
I'd still wind up here. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, isn't it? I mean, look at Greg Kihn. He ended up in radio, right? It's fun. All right, finally, Dolly Parton. This just makes so much sense. What took her so long? Launching her own makeup brand.
Is she really?
She is. It's called Dolly Beauty, and it arrives next Thursday on August 22nd. The first collection is called Heavenly Kiss.
Oh, yeah.
It features 4 lipstick shades, including Jolene Red.
Oh, yeah,
you
Jolene.
Hussy.
Oh, you nasty.
You hussy.
You sling nasty. Look at you.
Hussy.
Oh, my God, you.
Hussy. More products are expected to be released soon. And now you all are officially woke.
I have to tell you, I think Dolly Parton is... I think that's somebody else they could have sent to the Olympics, like Snoop.
Without a doubt.
Oh, yeah. And it would have been, have been blocked. But could you imagine Dolly Parton calling Olympic activities all dressed up like a little snow bunny like she likes to do? And she's like 80 years old, but she's still very relevant, very fun, and she's got a great personality. A lot of people, she's a really, really magnetic, incredibly likable personality.
Let's be honest. You just want to see her do the long jump.
Yeah, no, God, trust me.
She had a quote the other day, and I don't know how true this is, but I saw it online, where somebody asked her what her pet peeve is, what her main pet peeve is, and she said that nobody talks about how nice my ass is.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's great. Dude, there were rumors that she got down back in the day. I remember when I was with the Monsters, we talked about a rumor we heard out behind the scenes, never made it to the air type thing, that she has a girlfriend that's been very, very close, like that Oprah friend.
Oh, yeah, Gail?
Yeah, the Gail thing, but that thing popped up with her that, that Dolly had this friend that was around, and Dolly may have played for both teams at one point because her husband's never to be seen. I don't think he's real. I think he's like a butter carving.
Like Oprah's guy.
Yeah, like Oprah's guy, like Stedman. They roll Stedman out for pictures of one. That dude hadn't aged in 35 years. It's Carlton's dad. That's exactly what he looks like. He looks like Big Carlton. Big Carlton. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show. Hang right there.
Real radio. It is.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Which would you rather do for $50 million? Fight Mike Tyson for real?
Where he fights you for real?
Or 3 wieners?
The 3 wieners.
Oh, yeah. I'll take 3
Mike
wieners,
Tyson will
too.
kill you.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your Thursday forecast. And for today in Orlando and Central Florida, we'll expect seasonable temperatures with a high of 92 degrees today in Orlando. Shower and thunderstorm chances will be on the increase as we head into the midday and early afternoon hours. These won't be terribly widespread as we expect a 40% chance of those showers and storms. Temperatures tomorrow and Saturday will be noticeably cooler with highs in the low 90s. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for the Filatowski Eye Institute. If you ask anybody who's experienced LASIK surgery, they'll tell you it's the best move they ever made. They should have just done it sooner. That's what my father-in-law told me. He goes, man, I should have done this 10 years ago. It changed his life. It can change yours as well. If you deal with bad eyesight or eye troubles, what are you waiting for, man? The Filatowski Eye Institute is offering free LASIK consultations. Why not take a few minutes to find out how these guys can help you have a better life virtually overnight? It's easy. Just make your appointment by doing this. Text 1041 to 868686. That way you can start your journey to better vision with the Filatowski Eye Institute. 65,000 LASIK procedures under their belt, plus they use the latest state-of-the-art tech that gets you the best results every single time. And if finances is a concern, do not stress. These guys have 24-month interest-free financing. Again, make that appointment today. Text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Daytona always brings the drama.
Everything's on the line. The risk will be higher.
3 wide.
Look how insane this is.
Gunning to keep playoff hopes alive. It's now or never.
It's the most stressful night of racing that you'll ever go through.
For an unforgettable weekend of family fun, high wattage star power, and a front row seat full of fireworks. NASCAR weekend at Daytona International Speedway, August 23rd and 24th. Get your tickets now at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com.
Who's trial attorney Jeff Kaufman? Instead of talking about how great my law firm is, let's talk about autism awareness. In Central Florida alone, there are thousands of children on the autism spectrum, including my son Jacob. I'm not asking for a donation, but just a couple seconds of kindness when you see one of our children out in public. It will make a huge difference. If you want or need any information concerning the autism community, contact me at jeff@whenyounneedus.com. Offices, Orlando.
I'm John Morgan, here to urge you to vote yes on Amendment 3 and legalize the adult use of marijuana. There are a lot of reasons to vote yes on Amendment 3, but let me give you one more good one. Today, too many adults are sitting in our jails simply because they were using marijuana, and that is just wrong. If I was your governor, I would free or parole every person in jail for possession, and then expunge everyone's record. Amendment 3 will put a stop to this and let the cops fight real crime, not fake crime. I'm tired of people being thrown in jail for something that is less harmful than alcohol or opioids. So now let's finish what I started and join me, John Morgan, in voting yes for the people and for Amendment 3.
Vote yes on Amendment 3. Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Safe Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, Suite 3, 321, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
If you suffer from allergies, have you ever thought allergy treatment would be nice, but I bet it's really expensive? You can go get some Zyrtec or Claritin for $20, but think about how much that's going to add up over the years, decades, a lifetime. At Aspire Allergy and Sinus, they can make your allergies go away for good. They don't just mask them like the over-the-counter meds. This is real treatment that'll save you money in the long run. Go to AspireAllergy.com to set your appointment today. That's AspireAllergy.com.
Celebrate the launch of National Bourbon Heritage Month at Christner's Prime Steak and Lobster. Join us on Friday, August 30th to enjoy the unique flavor profiles of 5 Christner's single-barrel custom bourbons, each handcrafted with distinct and one-of-a-kind flavors, emphasized by the craftsmanship and attention to detail of each distillery and barrel. The right pairings enhance both your 4-course meal and the bourbon. Call 407-645-4443 for more information and reservations. Every day is a special occasion at Christner's.
Car crash? Call Klausman. KlausmanLaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You probably don't know this or care, but we have web goals. So go to JimColbertLive.com and look at stuff.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate that today. I am Jim. Deb is here. Slick is as well.
What up?
Jack out today. He's out. His daughter is going to UCF
So he's there.
Orientation today, I believe.
Yeah, mom and dad's doing the old orientation thing.
Yeah. Funny story. I did that with my son. My father-in-law and I took my son to a number of colleges to do the walkthroughs because mom was busy working. So we kind of did it as a guy's thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And we went to University of North Florida, where I think this happened. No, it was at FAU where this happened. So we're, I don't know if you've ever been to. Have you ever been to a college orientation, Slick? Are you familiar with how that goes?
When I asked my mom to take me to a college orientation or a college visit, she said, "You got college money?"
Yeah.
And that's how that went.
Okay. So the short answer is no. So basically what it is they schedule a time, you meet, and no different than like a theme park tour. I think this particular thing was like, 15, 18 students, along with some adult, mostly parents. Some had others, but it was mostly parents or a parent. It was myself and my father-in-law. We're walking around. We did the whole tour. It's like an hour and a half. They take you to the facilities. They're basically selling you the university, trying to. Yeah. This is our state-of-the-art science department. This is our brand new gym.
I was going to say, they skipped the science department for the gym with E3.
New food, like food courts. Here are the new dorms. This is where you'll be staying. Picture yourself here, the whole 9 yards. So when you get done, we went to this one area, and it's the FAU Owls, right?
Sure.
I think it's the FAU Owls. Well, maybe it would have been North Florida. Anyway, they do this thing, I guess, where they swoop, and that's like their school thing. So they get you in a circle, and the person who's directing the thing gets out there in the middle, and they go, okay, here at FAU or North Florida, wherever it was, we do the swoop. So they say some words like some college slogan kind of thing, and then you're all supposed to do your arms like you're swooping down. And
I can imagine how much fun you have.
Oh yeah. You think I'm bad? My father-in-law doesn't even know what the word silly means. He is anti-silly, but great guy, just doesn't do silly very well, right? So we're doing the whole thing, and we're walking off, and as we're shaking hands and saying goodbye to some of the other parents that you kind of get to know after a couple hours, cruise friend scenario, we're kind of leaving, and my son, as we're walking off, he's laughing his ass off. He can't stop laughing, and he giggle laughs like he's got himself tickled laughing. And we didn't know what's going on. And to be honest with you, we didn't want to ask and have him tell us. We didn't care. We're walking off, and finally it got to the point where we're like, dude, what is wrong with you? He goes, you don't know? You guys don't know? And I go, no, what? What's wrong with you? He goes, they think you're gay.
What?
The other parents thought that we were a couple.
Oh,
walking our kid around.
Oh, your chaplain father-in-law must have must have chapped the chaplain.
My pastor father-in-law.
Yeah,
that was he got the biggest chuckle to this day. If we sit on the same couch within a foot of each other, he's like, "Hey, what you guys doing over there? Rekindling that flame?"
He won't swoop, but he'll pretend that.
All right, 407-916-1041. Yeah, I did. We did orientation with him. I think we did orientation with one other daughter. And then one went into the military, and one just got on a plane and hasn't gotten off in 10 years. Jeez Louise, I'm not kidding. I wish I was kidding. That's 100% the truth. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. We are going to talk about this Matthew Perry thing a little bit this afternoon around the 5 o'clock hour. But, man, what an interesting story, huh? So 2 doctors and 3 other people. You know what's weird? This is on the heels of now the information coming out about when Jim Belushi died,
right?
That there was a woman that was in that apartment that was also known to be like bad news in those circles. Matter of fact, I think when she showed up at his apartment, Robin Williams was there with him, and he got skeeved out by her and wound up leaving. And then just a couple hours later, Belushi was dead. So it almost seems like this is one of those similar scenarios where you get a couple of these people that are kind of hangers on. They find somebody who maybe doesn't have the best mental state, but yet they were very famous and fragile and kind of leached onto them like those sucker fish on the sharks.
Yeah.
And just kind of sat there and slowly bled them out. And before, you would just get kind of blamed for you not being able to figure out good friends. But now, man, they pull the trigger on you and fight. This is how many cases of this whole idea where I was selling you the drugs and you're going to jail thing. We just had one over in Volusia County that got convicted.
Oh, yeah. There's someone else who just got a life in prison sentence for selling fentanyl. What's interesting is that I've heard in the Matthew Perry case that they're really leaning on the Mac Miller case, who also died of an accidental drug overdose of cocaine, fentanyl, and alcohol at his home at the age of 26. So kind of like how they went after the POSs in that case, they're kind of framing a lot of this Matthew Perry around these guys. But it's the cruelty of the language of the text messages that bothered me the most.
Right, yeah.
It's not just the fact that they supplied
He was a target.
this.
He was
a target, exactly. And obviously they don't care. Human life means nothing to people who are pushing this crap. But still, it's just, it was sad to hear them refer to him as bleeding him dry, keep him high.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's exactly the case, though. I mean, you can manipulate people if they are altered, and that's why a lot of times you get these people that have family members, and the matriarch or patriarch of the family would have done quite well for themselves, and then you see those leech cousins and sons and uncles that kind of come in, and they basically enable them. They give them everything they want, knowing for a fact that eventually the end is going to be near, and that entire time try to get maybe the will manipulated. Maybe give a gift here, a gift there, and make it seem so innocuous, but in reality, completely and utterly evil to the bone.
I have a friend in Hollywood who's a casting director, and she told me that they call them exotic drug dealers. They can get you anything that you want.
Right.
And she says that one of the things, and she said one of the things that's interesting to her is that everybody knows who they are. Within these circles, everyone knows who they are. Everyone knows what they do, what they're capable of, including police.
Right.
But they never get stopped until the pressure mounts, like this Matthew Perry case.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, Farley was the same way. You hear people talk about when Farley would show up to the SNL after he had left, and he'd have the sketchiest people with him. There's always that one guy hanging out, and of course that's your dealer, right? Mm-hmm. And his friends and family talked about that. They'd come around and he'd have a couple of people with him, and they did not recognize him. They were skeevy. You get the bad vibe from him immediately.
Well, as a completely different story, but still out of Hollywood, and a breaking story at that. Reports say multiple arrests are being made in the fatal shooting of General Hospital actor Johnny Wachter, who was shot and killed in Los Angeles in May when he confronted thieves who were stealing the catalytic converter from his car. Actually, he didn't confront him. He was just like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?"
And pop, pop, pop.
And then he stepped in front of the other young lady bartender that he was working with. A gang is being investigated in the killing. Wachter's family and friends have been pushing police to solve the crime, and it looks like maybe they've done just that.
Wow, man. Incredible times.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, all he said was, "Hey, what are you guys doing?"
But that's it. I saw another video online the other day of somebody trying to steal a catalytic converter, and the guy just stepped outside. There's a watch guy now. So basically what the teams are, it's two teams. It's the guy that runs the saw, the reciprocating saw, and there's the guy who runs the jack. And then there's the watchman with the gun. That's exactly what it is. You can watch video after video after video of this online. They roll up, they find the vehicle that's easy to get under. They run the jack under there. They have a battery-operated reciprocating saw, and they can usually get those things out in just a few seconds.
Wow.
But they have somebody watching that is armed. And usually they're watching the front door. And I've seen video after video of, somebody cracking the door and saying, "Hey, what's up?" And then wind up, with a face full of gun. It's scared. The people get scared off and haul ass, but it still doesn't, stop the fact that that person's armed and just the wrong move could have gotten some rounds coming your way.
Right, exactly. Just like this guy who, was saving a coworker.
All right, 407-916-1041. Let's take a little break. Back with Danny Myring from Orlando Date Night Guide. We'll do Date Night Done Right next. Let's find out what's happening in Orlando right after this.
Smell that? It's almost football season. Hear the Tampa Bay Buccaneers all season here on Real Radio 104.1, courtesy of Renewal by Anderson, official partner of the Tampa Bay Bucks.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Stop and go delays continue on I-4 through downtown Orlando this afternoon. Traffic remains backed up as well for those traveling by the major attractions exits. Looking at accident activity blocking at least one northbound lane on John Young Parkway near Sand Lake Road. Traffic still reported due to an earlier crash that was affecting drivers at Oak Ridge Road and Orange Blossom Trail. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. September 20th and 21st.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
Listen for the keywords right here on Real Radio each weekday at 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 5 p.m. This contest presented locally by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting. All under one roof, hotter than the Florida sun. Feel the luck of the dice, watch the roulette wheel spin, and scream for your touchdown as the big screen comes alive. Dine like a rock star, sip cocktails that shimmer, then dive into the heart of Las Vegas right here in Tampa Bay. Live craps, roulette, sports betting is here. Get in on the action now. Only at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tampa, located off of I-4 near I-75. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
I'm Geraldine Thompson. As state senator, I do not back down. I stand up to protect our voting rights and abortion rights from extremists. As mother and grandmother, I stand up to those who want to take away funds from public schools and put more guns in our streets and classrooms. I'll never stop standing up for you. By August 20th, vote Geraldine Thompson for Florida Senate District 15. Political advertisement paid for and approved by Geraldine Thompson, Democrat for state Senate.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7635. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7635 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider. provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Hey, checking in?
This is not just your flu shot appointment at Walgreens.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip.
Hey, Mom?
And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family, together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State and health-related restrictions may apply.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth, our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This hour of Real Radio 104.1, sponsored by FloridaJobsNow.com, coming Wednesday, September 18th.
Go back to school in a new ride. Get to Sutherland Nissan Orlando today.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Hey, so apparently Facebook is still a thing. Search Gym Members and join our group.
Please! That would be great. Gym Members is awesome. You can also give us a like and subscribe on our YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube, search The Jim Colbert Show. Once you see that, like and subscribe. You guys did a bunch for us yesterday. We deeply appreciate that. If you did not get the opportunity to do that yesterday, please do that now. Again, it's YouTube. Go to Jim Colbert Show and give us a like and subscribe. You can also access that at JimColbertLive.com. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb. Slick is here as well.
What's going on?
All right, let's do Date Night Done Right.
Whether you're dating and in love or married and in a fight, keep your romance shining bright. This is Date Night Done Right.
Give it up good and loud for Danny Meyer and Date Night Orlando Day guy. Yeah, baby. Woo. What's up, D-Money? How you doing? Turn your mic on. You know how to do it.
There
you
we go.
How you doing?
I'm getting to be a professional
Yeah.
now. Oh, it took me a year.
Sneaking up on it.
It's taking me 3 or 4 more.
Yeah, just listen to us talk. You'll get the idea that we don't know what they're doing. We have no clue. How's your week been? Everything good?
Everything's pretty good. Yeah. I took my son on a little staycation at Disney Pop Century for a few nights.
Nice.
Yeah, we just hit the pools. There was no theme parks involved.
Yeah, very cool,
It was
man.
cool, just me and the boy. It was
Yeah, I
nice.
like that a lot.
Did you wear him out in those pools?
Dude, there is no such thing with this child.
Yeah, no
He
wearing
is
them out?
None.
Well, my dad used to say, boy, you're wound tighter than a $3 watch. Yeah. It's just perpetually hovering with energy.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
So obviously, although you can't tell right now, we are supposed to get our first little blast of cooler air this weekend, which is going to cut the humidity down. Now, it's still going to be in the 90s.
Right.
Don't freak out. Don't get your parkas out quite yet.
Or the inflatables.
Yeah, don't chop firewood quite yet, but the humidity is supposed to be lower, which is supposed to be like the one of the first, and it's rare, by the way, what's happening. A little blast of cool air, a little reprise from the heat. Now, of course, it's going to go right back to being blazing hot, but I can only imagine that, these guys, everybody in Central Florida, already gearing up for the fall, preparing themselves accordingly.
Yeah, man. I'm wearing jeans today in hopes of like encouraging it along. And every little bit helps, man. I don't care.
Yeah, for
definitely.
Sure.
Even if it's just a little bit and the humidity drops a bit, bring it on. So yes, it's definitely an indicator that my favorite time of year is upon us. We've got Magical Dining starting on Friday, which is of course a very exciting time for a lot of folks. It is a great time to go try a place that perhaps hasn't necessarily been in your budget or you just haven't thought about it. And we recently checked out the Monroe, my husband and I, before he went out of town.
Yeah, wonderful.
That's a classic, man.
Yeah, it's so funny. I remember talking to, it's owned by Sue and Jason Chen of the Good Salt Group. And I remember talking to him. This is when he just owned Sato and the Osprey. And he had mentioned, hey, we have a new concept coming. And he told me about it. And I was like, oh, that sounds great. And then one of the unique things about the restaurants is she designs all the interiors.
Okay.
So when you see one of their restaurants, it's Sue Chen doing all the work. And of course, those two run restaurants as well as you could run them, and the employees that work there love them.
Oh
so
my gosh, yeah.
It's really, really cool. The Monroe's great and real like a truly Orlando institution.
Yes, I was sitting there just absolutely in love with the decor, like vintage Orlando postcards.
So cool.
And yeah,
So
absolutely. Our server, Stephanie, was fantastic, so shout out to her. She was very lovely. So yeah, we got to try out their Magical Dining menu. They have pork s'mores on their menu. I
love it.
I'm getting
love
a face from them.
No. Keep talking. I'm into pork s'mores. Well, that's my dancer name.
And it fits.
Welcome to the stage.
Hailing hands
from
together.
Putnam County, Florida. Yeah, ladies, he's hairy and in a diaper. Pork s'mores.
Yay!
Get your coins out, girls. He's shaking it up for you.
Surprisingly, I still have an appetite after that one. All right.
Oh, even Danny with the shade.
You guys good and loud for Danny Myron. Yeah. Good knowing you.
She'll be here all week.
Good knowing you.
Apparently not.
What do you got? What do you got for us this week?
All right, so let's get into the event. So actually happening tonight is the Orlando Museum of Art. They do free admission every third Thursday of the month, and they extend the hours until 8 o'clock. Which is great because, like, most museums close at, like, I don't know, 3:33 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, they're open for an hour and a half a day, and an hour of that is lunch.
So this is a great excuse to go to Orlando Museum of Art if you're looking for something to do this evening. And in fact, this month they are doing a film screening in cooperation with the Enzian, and to make it even classier, a UCF film professor is going to introduce the international film, make it all very high class.
Yes, I'll bring my ascot.
You always bring your ass.
So if that event does not sound exciting with the film, then next month during their free Thursday, they're going to have live music. So every month they kind of do something special, and it's a great reason to go see the museum if you haven't. And then let's see. I love this description. So this is House of Mouse, Curiosities and Oddities Marketplace at the Oviedo Mall, happening on Saturday, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. For one day only, the Oviedo Mall transforms into a wonderland of the weird, the wonderful, and the downright peculiar. I'm pretty sure malls in general are that this day and age.
Yeah. What's peculiar already about that mall are the pickle buckets catching the roof leaks. Right. That's what's really unique. I think they have a slalom contest through those on Wednesdays.
Oh.
I haven't been out there in a minute, but it's a normal mall situation.
Yeah, it's what the thing about that mall is it's just one long line.
Yeah.
So like if you park in one area, there's no easy way to just maneuver from one place to another.
Right,
it's all just one line. But anyway, if you're into kind of the Halloween odd stuff, then this is a good excuse to visit on Saturday. And they will have vintage oddities and handmade curios.
That's cool, man.
And to see the type of people that go to that type of event would also be kind of fun and interesting.
And the thing at Oviedo Brewing is right there.
It
You
is.
could go right to the brewery. They have a pretty good kitchen there, a good pizza oven. So you could go over there, kind of make a little day of it. They have an entertainment place in that mall for kids, like a little game room and stuff. So there's some things.
Try to drink away what you saw.
Right. They have a theater there as well.
If you want to be amped up, there's a new Italian market that opened in there not too long ago, and they on weekends now have Italian coffee flights.
Really?
So that'll get you all hyped up for all the oddities you're going to see. Also happening on Saturday from 3 to 7 p.m. is Black Willow's annual Vineyard Festival. So the vineyards at Black Willow is all the way out in Mims. So you're doing a little bit of a country drive here. But they're going to have grape stomping, grape picking, hay rides, food trucks, live music. It's $10 to get in, and that includes a wine slushie.
Very nice. That's a thing now, by the way.
Yeah.
What, a wine slushie?
Wine slushies are a thing now. I played this golf course up in North Carolina, and on like the 5th hole or the 9th hole, there's a winery, and you could come in and get a free little wine slushie. Of course, they wanted to sell you like a 32-ounce wine slushie.
Right.
But that's like a thing now. That's kind of cool, though.
Absolutely. And the kids are free for this. So,
Very nice.
the adults can have a good time with their wine slushies and grape stomping. Maybe put the kids to work.
Very nice.
Maybe they'll let the kids do the grape stomping.
I
That
always
might be
wanted
great.
to try that grape stomping, but not for a date, though, because if I bust my ass in front of my date, that's not going to be cool.
And by the way, it looks I've seen one. We were in Napa when a small winery was breaking this crust and stomping more grapes. It's exactly what you think it would be. It's just stepping on a bunch of grapes in a big tub.
They usually have like handles too,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah,
you
they have
can kind of
handles.
stabilize
Yeah,
yourself.
I just think of foot juice.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it, just foot juice.
And by the way,
kind of like getting in a city pool. You know,
if you decide to go, if you go to the Mims thing, the cool thing is if you're into like collectibles and stuff, that big red barn place out there in Geneva, that's not that far away from there. And you can slide in there, and they have like a petting zoo and cool old antiques, and they do cool stuff on Saturdays with food trucks and stuff as well. So may want to check that out. It'll give you a different reason to go out there as well.
Very true. And I love the drive going over the St. John River,
Beautiful.
too. Just gorgeous. Another event happening on Saturday at 8 p.m. at the Dr. Phillips Center at Steinmetz Hall is Wavelength by Creative City Project. The tickets are almost sold out on this one. This is a one-night-only multi-sensory show with 40 professional musicians, and the musicians are positioned all throughout the hall, not just at the stage. So, the guys with Creative City Project, they always do such amazing stuff. So this is happening this Saturday at 8 o'clock. And then a nice relaxing idea on Sunday is the Local Author Festival at the Orlando Public Library in downtown on Central. So there's going to be local authors doing meets and greets. You can purchase books from them. They'll be signing a whole variety of genres. So, I know like the dark romance genre has become very big again. So
Really? What
I'm
is
a
it?
fantasy romance.
So what does
the
that
whole
entail?
Twilight thing?
What is that? Well, okay, I thought the dark romance would be the Twilight thing. Is that not where that's fantasy romance?
I feel like, and I'm sure other folks will correct me on here, but when I think of dark romance, it is not necessarily like Twilight. I think a little bit more brooding, kind of bad, bad girl, bad boy kind of vibe.
Kind of like a Lost Boys kind of thing, or
yeah, we could go there. Yeah.
Yes.
Dark romance is a subgenre of romance that's all about the messy, complicated, and sometimes downright twisted side of love and relationships.
There you go. All right, very nice.
Well, I might need a minute. Hang on.
My God, man. You have a child. Relax.
How do you think she got there?
That's anytime someone feels like a mom should be buttoned up and stuff, I'm like, what do you? Why do we need to have this talk?
Listen, I'm playing. I don't care. You can do whatever you want.
Exactly.
You can come here in a onesie. I don't give a damn.
Just lay there and be quiet.
Yeah, right.
Let Mama do her thing. Let Mama do her thing.
So not guaranteeing that genre is going to be fully represented at the local author festival, but maybe. You never know. So that's happening Sunday from 2 to...
If it is, you'll note them right away.
Yeah.
If it is, they will be like, there's Anne Rand. That's Anne Rice. I'm
Rice,
sorry.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's a different machine altogether.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, you'll know her. It'll be the goth girl with the 5-inch boots. Yeah.
I'm right here.
Yeah.
Lastly, happening next week, a much more cultured experience is the Divertastic Dining experience. So this is something that happens usually once a month from the same folks that do the Fusion Fest. And so this one's highlighting Egypt. It's happening Tuesday at 7 p.m. at the Dough Show, which is over at UCF. So they do Egyptian pies, sweet and savory.
Yeah, wonderful. That's that place Fayez Cara really turned Orlando on, and it was absolutely amazing. If you remember, they had that vicious attack to the restaurant probably about 3 or 4 months ago. The community came together, put that all back together. Wonderful people, incredible product, very unique. If you have yet to have an Egyptian pie, cannot recommend that more. It is so good and so unique and interesting.
Absolutely. And what's cool about the Divertastic dining experience is it's not just, you go and eat, but they explain the culture and you get to learn the history and the recipes and the techniques. It's really, really a cool experience. Tickets are $60 for that, and that includes your food. They haven't, I haven't seen the menu for that on their website yet. I just checked.
Right.
And they haven't published it just yet, but either way, you're going to have a good time. It's going to be very memorable, definitely a different experience.
They ship those ovens here from Greece.
Oh, man.
I believe. I mean, those things came over from, I want to say Alexandria. Is that that area there? They sent them over from that area.
Which is now Turkey.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So it's Turkey, my bad. So they brought them over and sent them up. So that oven alone is an hour-long story of how that thing got here and got set up. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and so you're going to get to kind of that inside knowledge, that cultural experience. Definitely a good idea. If next Tuesday doesn't work out for you, then certainly keep an eye out for those diverse-tastic, dining experiences. Those happen about once a month. And then with it being Halloween season, of course, Disney has already, I say Halloween season, it's freaking August. I'm just in such a Disney world. But Not So Scary started last week. We attended. But then the different Disney resorts have Halloween treats right now, all through the next 3 months.
Like trick-or-treating things?
Like desserts you can purchase.
Got it. There you go.
And so the Polynesian has pumpkin spice Dole Whip with caramel, graham cracker crumbs, white chocolate, Mickey-shaped pumpkin. So anyone can go to the Polynesian to purchase that. And so the reason why I'm bringing that up is you can watch the Disney fireworks from the Polynesian beach. So that's my date suggestion for someone who's like into pumpkin spice stuff. Go get that Dole Whip, go watch those fireworks. The only thing being parking at the Polynesian is like locked down if you're not a guest or have a dining reservation, but you can always park at Disney Springs and take the bus over. It's like super quick. It's fine.
It is. And that whole Poly thing happened that when they shut that parking down, I remember because one of the biggest hacks for locals would be to drive to the Poly, get on the train because you don't have to go all the way to the parks and get off in other areas. But the Poly also had those beaches and they would do those luau's and you could go in there and not pay to go in and just kind of hang out and see it happen and not pay for it. A really good, like cheap date night, but they put that ass down.
My favorite parking was the Contemporary.
Oh, yeah, man.
When they used to, before that,
And then for a quick minute, they had introduced mobile ordering and like security hadn't really developed their protocol on it. So people would like order a cupcake and be like, I'm here to pick up my cupcake and, go park at the Contemporary for free and walk over.
Oh, yeah.
But
the best.
We're terrible people, but it works.
We're locals.
With the Polynesian fireworks or with the Grand Floridian fireworks, you've got regular fireworks performances and you've got the Halloween ones happening right now because of the Halloween party. So definitely check that schedule. It's a great time to go watch those fireworks for free, man. It's
Absolutely. Love it. Thank you as always. We appreciate that. If you missed this, you can check it out on the podcast, JimCorbettLive.com. If you missed this and want more of this, OrlandoDateNightGuide.com. And I know you guys have a family one as well.
Yes, we have Orlando-parenting.com.
Orlando-parenting.com. Good and loud for Danny Myring, guys. Have a good weekend, love. We'll see you. We'll see you soon, okay?
Yes.
You're the best. All right, 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show. Hang loose.
Date Night Done Right is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. Mortgage brokers are better. Why? They do all of their loans through national wholesale lenders. It'll still be your standard FHA, VA, or conventional loan, but they have access to dozens of wholesale banks competing for your business. And government studies prove buyers save $9,400 on average with a mortgage broker. That mortgage guy, Don, will give you a comparison quote today. Just go to thatmortgageguyDon.com. It's peace of mind at your fingertips, so don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote with thatmortgageguyDon.com.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Looking at accident activity causing major delays eastbound on I-4 this afternoon, where a crash is partially blocking the exit ramp to the 429, causing backups all the way to the Osceola Polk Line Road exit. Delays continue on I-4 between Michigan Street and Robinson Street as well. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Staples Store. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school, including tech. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program. Offer ends 8/24. Save big on back to school at Staples.
Guys, here in Central Florida, it's important that your AC works perfectly every single time. And that is why I suggest a call to my friends at Mills Air, especially if your AC has been teetering on the edge of giving up. Don't let it do that. Deb's mom, her AC quit on her. She called the company she'd been working with forever. Guess what? They said, it's going to be 3 days. I'm like, not at 95 degrees. It's not. She called Mills Air. They were there that afternoon doing work and getting her cool again. That's exactly what they do. They treat every customer the same way. Tons of respect and great service. 30-plus years of experience as well. Let them use that to make sure your AC never quits. That preventive maintenance plan will surely do that. And if you do need a new AC, you're in luck there too. These guys are Carrier Factory authorized dealers. That could get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier and certainly turn to our friends over at Mills Air, family owned and operated and ready to help you right now. 407-277-1159. Find them easily online at millsair.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Big news for veterans and first-time homebuyers. The Hometown Heroes program provides up to $35,000 down payment and closing costs. Get pre-approved at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Make reservations now for Everglades Restaurant Tequila Pairing October 12th. Delight in 6 handcrafted tequila cocktails paired with 5 Mexican-inspired dishes by head chef Fred Blachos. Call 407-996-2385 to secure your spot today. Everglades in the Rosen Center.
Need a break from the dog days of summer? Relief from high interest rates, high prices, and even higher temperatures? International Diamond Center is here to help with lower prices, free financing, and a free romantic getaway. It's IDC's Summer of Savings event going on now through August 31st. Special pricing across the board on rings, earrings, bracelets, bands, pendants, designer fashion jewelry, colored gemstone jewelry, and incredible Swiss watches. Make any qualifying purchase now and IDC will give you 24 months zero interest financing, plus a free romantic dinner and a 3-night luxury getaway to places like Las Vegas, Miami, Nashville, or the cool Smoky Mountains. We've even got a 4-night Caribbean cruise. So instead of sizzling in the heat, put some sizzle in your relationship. Get the guaranteed best value price, free dinner, a free vacation, and free 24 months no interest financing. Now through the end of August only, and only at International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando area locations. Minimum purchase required on approved credit. See store for details.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, Chief Marketing Officer of Hyundai Motor America, talks about audio storytelling.
For an auto brand, a lot of people scratch their heads and say, why would you put your brand on a channel that doesn't show the sheet metal? But there's a lot we can talk about these vehicles that gets people excited about the car. And it's more than just the sheet metal. It really is about lifestyle in a lot of ways. For us, it's about storytelling. That's driving a lot of brand awareness, but we can also drive a lot of intent. And that's because we can talk a lot about the features. I think we're learning that we can get a lot more from audio.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. That's iHeartResults.com.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, if you want a nicer, newer car you can afford, go for the gold during my Old Ride Relay. RC Hill here. If your old ride's a loser, too many miles, too many problems, or just doesn't look good, hand it off to me. I'll give you over Kelly Blue Book value. Here at RC Hill, we're focused on affordability. My dream team of finance specialists hustle hard to help you find a car you'll love at a low rate and a monthly payment that fits your budget. That's what my perfect payment program is all about. Get a great deal on a new 2024 Mitsubishi with a lifetime warranty. Or check out our certified used trucks, SUVs, and sports cars. So if you hate your old ride, get in the game and get way over trade value. But hurry, this race ends this weekend. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. RC Hill Mitsubishi and used car superstores in DeLand and Ocala. See all the gold medal rides at rchill.com. That's rchill.com. And if you need to sell your car today, visit rchillbuyscars.com. We pay you on the spot.
Between the lines, far beyond legal and ethical limits, and under the surface,
too dangerous or disruptive to the existing status quo.
Hosts Ben Bolin, Matt Frederick, and Noel Brown introduce you to the world of stuff they don't want you to know.
We have officially entered the age of biohacking.
History is riddled with unexplained events. Is somebody messing with us? Now it's time for some answers.
Take us to the edge of the rabbit hole. We'll do the rest.
Listen to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff They Don't Want You to Know and start listening.
GMC Sierra trucks in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Want more from us? At The Jim Colbert Show on Instagram. Follow us.
I know I do. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. I am the Jim part. There's the Deb part.
Hello.
The slick part is in today.
What up?
Jack will be back with us tomorrow. How you been, buddy? Everything good?
Yeah, everything's
good?
cool, man.
Straight?
I mean, just been working my butt off, but it's all good.
Have you seen Deadpool and Wolverine yet?
I did.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Oh, my goodness. Now, first of all, I'm glad you asked me that question, Jim. I thoroughly enjoyed this movie, not only because it was funny, but it almost felt like they were just poking fun at how movies are done in general.
It was, I have to tell you, dog, my boy and I laughed like almost from the onset of this movie. We laughed out loud a bunch. And I said on the air the other day after seeing it, I think that you have to see it probably 3 times.
You do.
To get every joke, and maybe more, because just hearing the jokes is just one part. You got to start looking in the background, because they put stuff in the back, Easter eggs all through those things.
Yes. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. And I love the fact that they just constantly broke the fourth wall, just like over and over and over again.
The cameos were great.
At Sony took jabs at, I mean, it was just great. They took jabs at the multiverse. I mean, they just did all kinds of stuff that's not supposed to be done in a movie, but it was just so well timed.
Personal jabs, man. That one jab at Affleck was like a personal jab. That was that was savage, man. I got to tell you, I heard about it before I saw the movie, and then I saw it. I was like, damn, dude. Like, they did that in $100 million, in a $1 billion movie. Yes. They took a shot at a dude in a $1 billion movie.
And then they made fun of the fact that people for like over 20 years thought that he had beef with Wesley Snipes. Exactly. And they were like, I don't like you. I don't like you either. Like, it was just too funny.
It was great, man. If you haven't seen it, it's really, really good. Deadpool Wolverine led the box office for the 3rd week in a row. Probably will give up the ghost this week. I don't know what's being released, though.
Alien. Alien Romulus.
And by the way, I don't know. Have you seen the ads for it?
I saw it.
Okay, so
terrifying.
So the thing is this: I'm in that stage of my life in my mid-50s where I'm starting to see them reconstitute ideas from when I was a kid that were the OG ideas, the movies that OF'd you. Yes. Like, you're like, what was that? Because when you saw Alien the first time, you didn't even know how to react.
Yes.
Like, as an 80s kid, you simply did not know how to process how they even came close to doing all that.
Yes.
Well, it looks like this is it looks to be a print-by-print remake of this movie, which I know it's not. But it looks like it's flashed back to that grainy, gritty.
It's supposed to be the prequel,
of that scene. And by the way, the first review I saw today was from the BBC, and they said it was amazing.
Well, the only thing about this is, especially with these remakes, like I saw the original, what do you call it? The original
Alien.
Well, no,
Aliens.
I was gonna reference. I saw the original Exorcist.
Oh yeah.
And then when I saw them try to do it again, it didn't hit me the same way. Like the first one had me not sleep for like 3 days.
Yeah, that's the original Halloween for me too.
Oh, yeah.
Rob Zombie redid Halloween. I'm like, good effort, but that first one is one of the scariest movies in the history of movies.
No, I was just gonna as a PSA for you, Slick. Something that I did that I would not recommend: falling asleep with The Exorcist on in the background.
Oh man,
yeah, you're not gonna sleep real good
to
for a
this
while.
day. I still can't watch it. I'm being really honest here. I still cannot watch it.
Now, have you seen the version where some of the scarier scenes were cut out from the original, where she comes down the stairs,
Yes.
spider
I think
walking
we
with her
just-
head on backwards?
I just think we made it clear that we're not watching it. Here's the thing.
You've never seen it?
Okay, so I told you the story, right? The story is that my parents went to see it, and they told me, the guy who listens all the time, to lay down in the back seat and go to bed. No chance that's happening. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to peek up there, and guess when I peeked? The worst possible times. I peek up one time, chick's head spinning around. Peek up the next time, the dresser's walking across the bedroom to block the door. So it had a dramatic effect on me. I saw it one time in its entirety after that in high school and swore to myself I would never watch it again. And not only have I never seen it, I won't watch a frame of it. And I know that sounds a little babyish.
Not at all.
But the way I was raised in a Pentecostal house, and that whole
devil comes to get you,
supernatural, devil, evil kind of thing was ingrained in my soul. So that kind of thing really has that lasting effect on me. Even though I know I'm safe, it doesn't really matter. That really kind of conjures, no pun intended there, conjures up those feelings of my childhood and being like really, really tripped out.
Yeah, I can't do it. I mean, that one, and for me, it was that one in Poltergeist that got me the first time.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I'm never watching this ever again.
See, Poltergeist, I could make it through because it was a little bit more modern and it looked a little more clowny, considering, that's the devil incarnate in a 12-year-old girl that's
Right.
stabbing herself somewhere with his crucifix.
Yeah.
except when you find out that there were real skeletons used in the
Right.
filming of that pool scene in the Poltergeist. Those were not like.
But they didn't know that
movie-
at first.
No,
right?
they didn't.
yeah, they didn't
But
know
now
that.
when you watch it, you're like, I know it.
But that it had some creepy scenes for sure. And that little woman that they used, the one that squeaked when she walked.
Oh, yes.
yeah. And she was 4'6" with hair
and heels,
3'11" without.
And I don't know if I'm remembering this correctly, but aren't there like some mysterious deaths like surrounding that
the
movie
little girl.
too?
The little girl died.
Yeah, in real life.
Yeah, she got some kind of
almost like a lupus-like disease.
Yeah, and it killed her. That was one of the movie sets that was supposed to be cursed.
Yep, along with The Exorcist.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I'll go see that Alien though for sure. I'm going to tell you, man. Guess what? So I've been to 2 movies now in the last 30 days. It feels American.
Yeah, baby.
It feels so American to go to a movie and buy a ticket, smell the popcorn, get stuck to the seat.
Right.
All of those things feel very American. It was very good to be back in the movie, and I'm looking forward to going and seeing Alien. And my son likes going to see these movies with me. My wife doesn't really. She likes scary movies only, not even thriller scary, just kind of like scary movies. Although she did see It Ends With Us with her daughter. But we usually go to see other movies like that. But my son, he'll go see anything. Comedies, horrors, he doesn't care.
Like, I don't know if this constitutes as a horror movie, but I just went to go see A Quiet Place.
Oh, yeah, that's a horror movie.
And I loved it.
Oh, yeah, that's a horror movie. It's got a monster.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's horror. It's got a monster.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out if it was horror or just thriller.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't tell.
But action thriller is like a Jason Bourne thing. Thriller is like a Silence of the Lambs thing.
Okay, got you.
So maybe, but Silence could be horror as well.
Yeah, it could.
It was good.
It's usually called a psychological thriller.
There you go.
Usually what they use there.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
Perfect movie.
We need another one of those.
Yeah, perfect movie. They tried to copy that with some sequels, and they were bad. Not just not good. They were bad.
Yes, they were.
Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. So I mentioned earlier in the show that Wizard of Oz was released on this day in 1939. it went on to win a lot of awards. It did not win Best Picture because one movie was released the same year, unfortunately, and it lost to Gone with the Wind.
Yeah, that little film.
That film. So it did get a lot of technical awards, not any acting awards, I don't believe. But I have to tell you, in my childhood, the two movies that had the most impression on me as a kid were not only Wizard of Oz, but it was
The Ten Commandments.
Willy Wonka.
Oh.
So it was Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Do you have a movie like that? Like when in your youngest days, that movie that had the biggest impression on you that you kind of remembered and it was very special, and every time it came on, it was almost more than just watching the movie. It was almost like a semi-religious experience because it was really parallel with your childhood and growing up?
Or it was just magical and you wanted to be a part of that scene?
Yeah. You have one of those?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So my movie never comes on television. It's sad, but it never comes on television, so I have to put it on myself. But it's The Last Dragon, bro.
Oh, really?
The Last Dragon, man.
Really?
To me,
Bruce
it was,
Lee?
Yeah, because, that was Enter the Dragon. The Last Dragon is that Motown movie from Berry Gordy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That took place in Harlem. It was kind of like it was kind of like a, I wouldn't say a parody because it wasn't funny, but it was kind of like Enter the Dragon-ish.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, man. I used to love that movie, man.
Who's
the master?
That's
Sure
great.
enough.
That's great. You're right, man. I totally blanked on that. Damn.
I used to love that movie, man. That and Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky is
can't pass Rocky. I don't care how many times it shows on TV. I cannot pass up Rocky.
And I think that happens in every stage of your life. What is yours, Deb?
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I love that flying car and all the machines he makes to make breakfast and everything.
Yeah.
Phil Collins as a young kid being chased by the kidnapper.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
And also Mary Poppins.
Yeah, so it was
I
always.
used to love
So
that.
you've had that Disney thing since a kid, then, right?
Oh, just like that, the magic.
Yeah, the
fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh. And that goes into your teen years. For the teen years, for me, of course, it's like Fast Times and Breakfast Club.
Lost Boys.
Yeah, and for you, it's Lost Boys.
Boys.
And then
Oh,
you
yeah.
get in like young adulthood, it's like a Dead Poet Society.
Interview with the Vampire.
And Silence of the Lambs.
You getting the theme here?
Yeah, getting a
Getting
big
a theme.
So I think you could really kind of, it stages in your life. You could say, okay, as a young kid, also, you're going to love this one. As a really young kid, it was the Apple Dumpling Gang with Don Knotts and like that.
Yeah.
Then you get into Wizard of Oz, Chocolate Factory, and then as a teenager, it's the coming of age movies, which is the John Hughes movies. But for me, it's Breakfast Club, Fast Times at Ridgemont High,
16 Candles,
like young adult first relationships. You remember those as you're going in?
Without even knowing we were going to talk about this, I'm on my way up here, and I always watch YouTube on my way up here. And I ended up stumbling across a video, the 30 best theme songs from movies, right?
Ooh.
By WatchMojo.com. You should check out that channel. It's
got
pretty
it.
good.
Yeah, it's cool.
And the number one theme song was Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Oh, yeah.
Was number one out of all 30. And so when you mentioned The Wizard of Oz, I was like, wow, I just literally
How
watched
crazy is that?
this on the video. You know what I mean?
Kismet, you guys, you're connected.
Yeah, we are connected.
I know that.
Yeah. Same, Mom. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Let's take a little break. Glenn Klausman up next with Colbert Court. We'll find out what this case is all about right after this.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Did you know in certain countries, for one in the Netherlands, if you are disabled, they give you a budget to hire prostitutes to have sex with you if you're a disabled person.
You have to be a citizen.
You're asking for a friend?
The News Junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
Hey there, Central Florida. This is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Thursday evening forecast. We're going to be seeing those temperatures staying mild through the overnight tonight with the humidity still sticking around. Those temperatures going to be feeling like the low 80s. But then as we head through your Friday, it is going to be a gorgeous day. That humidity going to be low, and it's really going to be feeling like a day we would find in October as opposed to mid-August. Things going to continue to feel nice as we take a look at your Saturday as well.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney.
See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit FloridasHistoricCoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth, our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Don't miss our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, are you having a good time?
Friday and Saturday, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
iHeartRadio, let's go!
Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
I don't like onions. I'm doing paleo. Do they have gluten-free bagels? You can't juggle every food request for a work event, or can you? EasyCater is the all-in-one tech platform that makes it easy to get restaurant catering for work, with options for any group's size, taste, dietary preference, or budget. EasyCater saves your favorite restaurants and orders, which makes reordering a snap. Need to modify an order? No problem. So when it comes to food for work, make it easy on yourself with EasyCater. Start your order at easycater.com.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, Orlando.
The door to your happy place is right around the corner at Shipley Donuts. With more than 60 varieties to choose from, Shipley Donuts serves freshly made delights daily. Visit us today at 2255 South Cimarron Boulevard.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny final expense insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Radio now comes with moving pictures. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Subscribe and watch. We deeply appreciate that very much. YouTube.com. Go and search The Jim Colbert Show. Give us a like and subscribe, and just check us out doing our thing. Lynn's in studio. Get to watch us do that. Danny was in a few minutes ago. Get to watch the video of that.
Ooh.
Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here.
So special.
Jack is here. Oops, excuse me. Slick is here as well.
What up, what up?
Let's do Colbert Courts.
What you are listening to is real. Well, sort of. The participants are not actors. That's a fact. This is, however, a real case that will be decided here in our forum, the Colbert Court.
Colbert Court brought to you by our good friend Glenn Klausman over at Klausman Law. That's KLAUSMAN Law.com. Office is right there in Winter Park. 407-917-1718. Car crash. Call the man, Glenn Klausman. Good and loud for our buddy Glenn Klausman. Hey!
What up? Yeah, baby.
Thank you.
Come to judge.
What's up, player? How you doing?
I'm here.
That's not the answer.
Ready to roll. Ready to roll.
That's been the answer for a lot of people today. I'm here.
I got kind of a long one today, so I'm ready to roll.
Have you had a good week?
Yeah, everything's fine. I'm just very busy.
Yeah. Slam busy,
It's a good
huh?
thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah, but you do that to yourself, though, because you keep your damn phone all the time. You take all these calls from patients. You should push them to the side on other attorneys while you play golf.
Yeah, I don't play golf,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, very
This
good.
is work's my hobby, I guess.
Well, Glenn brings us a case in. Usually it's a case he's working on as we speak. Is this one of those?
This is an existing case, yeah.
An existing case.
Yep.
What we do is we'll read it, and then it's like we'll go around the room, and we'll try to figure out what exactly is going to happen with this case. We'll kick it over to Glenn, and then kind of get some other answers as well. This is a little bit of an involved one, so stick with me on this.
All right.
Jack and Jill are both injured from a car crash. Obviously not using real names here. Not their fault.
Correct.
Their injuries are affecting their jobs and have caught, by the way, Jack works in construction and Jill works at the deli and Publix. They both now have neck injuries and lower back injuries. Their injuries are affecting their jobs and have caused them to lose time from work. Each of these guys have medical bills over $25,000 for treatment and for their injuries. And when the insurance company evaluated their claims, they made a final offer of $25,000 each of these guys to settle their claims. They have little choice but to file a lawsuit for their injuries. The suit is now filed, but now the insurance company's lawyers start what they call a discovery process to discover everything they can about Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill will have to answer written questions about their injuries, how their injuries have affected their lives, any prior injuries, any prior accidents they've had. They'll be questioned for the last 10 years of all medical providers and all health insurances they've had. The insurance company lawyers will request subpoenas to be issued for Jack and Jill's medical records from every place they've ever gone to a doctor or clinic. And then the lawyers will also request Jack and Jill's tax returns for the last 5 years and a way to access all of their social media accounts. Here's the question. As Jack and Jill's attorney, how do you respond to these requests? When the insurance company says, I need this from your clients, if you're their attorney, what do you say?
Prove it.
Okay, so real quick, we'll
I mean, I understand the social media aspect. I understand recent accidents, but any place that you've gone for any health care coverage over the last 10 years seems a little obtrusive.
How about your tax returns?
Well, I mean, I could see that.
How? Why would you need my tax returns? Why would you need to know how much money I've made or have made?
Because
I'm not at fault for this accident. Why does that impact the decision at all?
Because that's the insurance company's way of trying to say what a motive, if any.
Get more
because you need money.
Well, one of the issues is they're claiming income loss because of their injuries.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's the argument the insurance company makes for the tax returns.
Okay.
Okay, so they've offered $25,000. It leads me to believe, by the way this is written, that the injuries and treatment therapies for everything after is going to exceed that by a great amount.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Were the injuries pretty substantial?
Well, they're still going. I mean, one fellow's been recommended for surgery. The wife's potentially gets surgery. We just don't know at this point.
So both of these jobs require a lot of time on your feet. The
Right.
deli, everybody knows a deli worker at Publix is working.
Yeah.
I mean, they are working. They're making subs to clothes. And construction workers are also working hard as well.
Absolutely.
$25,000 for treatment. That's for each, so a total of $50,000, which probably makes a small dent in what they really are going to have just with medical bills, not counting time lost and money lost, and then the bills they'll have to make up that they've not been able to pay because it's not working.
Yeah, their past bills so far, past medical bills so far, are more than the 50 when you put them together.
Really?
Yeah.
And
so they didn't even offer that amount because they say, well, the bills are too high. You've got a look on your face like, how's that possible? That's what they do.
So they had insurance, the good insurance, these guys?
They have no health insurance, but they had auto insurance. But after the auto insurance paid what the auto insurance that they had was supposed to pay, up to $10,000, they still have over $50,000 in unpaid bills.
Is the person that caused the accident, do they have insurance?
They have great insurance.
They have great insurance. Yep. Okay. So they're not at fault. The people who caused the accident have great insurance. They've already received the maximum $10,000 from their policies for medical insurance. So that's $20,000.
Right. Well, that's gone.
That's gone.
That's paid past medical bills.
Right, and that has nothing to do with the actual case because that's from their insurance.
Right.
What about the insurance from the driver that hit them?
Yeah, there's lots of coverage.
There's plenty of it.
There's lots of coverage.
Okay, so can they go after them?
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. What they're doing is we're going after the people who caused the crash. Their insurance company steps in and defends the people who caused the crash.
Right.
Now, their insurance companies hired these lawyers who are going to send subpoenas out for all the medical records from the past 10 years for each person, for all their tax returns for the past 5 years. They want to send them questions they have to answer. Tell us all your social media accounts so we can access them, see what kind of stuff you've been put on social media since the crash.
Yeah, because basically, let's say you on social media, 2 years ago, you were in a boating accident and you hurt yourself. You were in a neck thing for a week, but now you're fine. Or a softball accident, or maybe you fell at work, or anything like that. What they're trying to do is find anything that could have caused a previous injury that would have been exacerbated by this, right?
That's correct. And they also want to see this accident's over a year ago. You have pictures on there of yourself in a bowling league, or what's going on?
Yeah, right.
Seems to me like all they trying to do is just put the squeeze on them.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't really care about any of this stuff. They just want to put it in a position to where you now have to take the deal because they don't want to have to go through litigation.
Well, this will go in front of a jury, will it not?
It could. It could if we can't get it settled, sure.
Yeah. So it could go in front of a jury. So what they're trying to do is, and that's what they plan on. Obviously, if they're filing a lawsuit, they're going to want it to go in front of a jury. Mm-hmm. And obviously, if you're defending these people who caused this accident and you don't want to pay, what could be $500,000 for this, you definitely want to try to prove to the jury that these guys had prior injuries or prior medical issues that could have just been exacerbated by this accident.
Or that this accident didn't cause it. You already had the pre-existing problem, and now you're claiming everything you have is because of the accident when before you had all the same problems. That's the argument they try to make.
Okay, so then the question asked then is how would Jack and Jill's attorney respond to the request of 10 years of all medical providers, all the health insurance you've had, tax returns, social media access. Now, look, here's the thing. I think the social media access they're probably going to get access to, right?
Mm-hmm.
But wouldn't HIPAA cover their medical records?
Well, if you put your medical condition at issue in a lawsuit, they're allowed to see what your medical condition has been.
All right.
Yeah. Because they're suing. So then,
Jack and Jill are suing.
Yeah, they're putting the onus on them almost. Right. Yeah.
The other side wants to see what your medical records look like before the crash to see if you had similar problems.
Well, I would think that you would want that same information as well to be able to ascertain whether or not that they are going to be susceptible to arguments that could win in front of a jury then.
Well, the question is how much of the medical records should they be able to get?
I would say no more than 3 years, if even that much. There's no reason to go back 10 years when this accident was a year old.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be my first thing is to limit the scope of the documents that are being sought. And if they continue to, seek them out, I would ask them to, prove why you would need a decade's worth of information that you couldn't establish in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be the first thing I would do.
Okay, so
how about tax returns?
For that, I would say you have no need for that information either. Because again,
I think they do.
These folks are claiming they've lost income.
So. But since the time of the accident, I would say that they could have access to the tax returns maybe a year or two ahead of that, but not 10 years.
Couldn't an employer just verify their income? Couldn't an employer just say, yes, I can verify this person makes $6,000 or $8,000 a month. Yes, I can verify this person makes $3,000 or $4,000 a month. They wouldn't really need to see their tax returns, would they? I mean, I guess would they want to see if they're in debt? I mean, would that?
I think
that's not really
part of it.
That's not their business, though. If they're in debt, it doesn't really matter, really. Oh, you're shaking your head like we're onto something.
Yeah. You're doing well. I'm just letting you guys roll. You're doing well. Why interrupt when you're doing well?
Let them cook.
All right, so we are short on time. So here's what I'll say. I'll say they're probably going to get access to the social media accounts. Right. You're probably going to have to concede that. and maybe you don't even bother with that. I would say that the tax returns were probably going to maybe 1 year or just proof of income, right? Or maybe is that just to establish how long you've been with a certain place? And I think they're probably going to get the doctor information. I think the only thing that you really can fight back on, if I had to guess, would be how much of their tax information they get and maybe limited medical information going back a certain year. But I think they're going to get some of that. I would almost think you would want them to have some of that.
So if you and Tori are in an accident and you have injuries and we have to file a lawsuit for you all, how would you feel about the insurance company asking for 10 years of your medical records with all the doctors you and Tori are
Yeah,
seeing?
I would not want to do that,
Right.
no, because that's going to give up information to them that doesn't really apply to this at all.
Absolutely.
History for other medical procedures that I may not want them to know about at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the issue. That's why, when you say, give them the record, and then when I switch it over to you and Tori, all of us know, no, we're not going to give them those records. Oh, Jack and Jill, that's okay, but Tori and forget it. They're not getting those records.
That's a proper Republican. What are you talking
we
about,
have
Glenn?
stuff in those records that, it's got nothing to do with this, and there's no reason you should see it.
Yeah. They don't need to know about my extension I went to Miami for. They don't need to know anything like that.
Yep.
But so is that what's happening here? So how will you handle this?
Okay,
This is kind of interesting.
Here's what happened. Here's what we'll do. On tax returns, you're absolutely right. We object to the tax returns. We'll give them the W-2s and the 1099s, and they're doing a fishing expedition to see what the financial condition of these folks are, and that's none of their business. So we will object to that, and hopefully a judge will find that our objection should be sustained. If not, we would ask the judge to look at the tax returns by himself.
Right, and determine whether or not it's
whether
valid.
it's relevant, whether it's relevant at all. Same thing with the medical records. Medical records, there's no reason to get 10 years worth of medical records. You can get medical records from doctors that would have treated you for your neck or your back injuries, which these folks are claiming. There's no reason to get records from gynecologists, whatever else. So it's the same type of situation. We would ask the court, don't require us to disclose this. You take a look at the records. We'll get the records. You take a look at them and decide if something is relevant and needs to be disclosed. And that's the best way to handle it. And you will find that many lawyers just don't want to argue about this stuff and just give it up, where their clients don't even know that this stuff's being disclosed.
So they're going to have to. I mean, I would think that based on. So you said this is a year old.
Yeah, case is a little over a year old.
So have either one of these people gone back to work?
Yeah, they're both back to work.
So they're both back to work. How long did it take them to get back to work?
It differed. I don't think Jill was out very long. I think Jack was out a little bit longer. And
they were cleared by physicians?
They were cleared by the physicians to return to work. They both had PTO time, but they shouldn't have to use their PTO time. They should be able to get paid for their loss.
All that should be reimbursed for 100%.
Absolutely.
So you're saying the money, the $25K they would have gotten already from the insurance company would be exhausted.
Oh, yeah.
That's really $70,000 because they get 25 and they've had their other 10 already. It's not even sniffing it. What are you guys looking at?
Is
there a limit?
There's no money for these people who have gone through pain and mental anguish, and they don't know what the future holds, and they both might need a lot more medical treatment depending on how they're doing, and their injuries haven't gone away. So we're going to wait and see where we get with this, but we're just litigating it at this point. That the whole point of this exercise today was to express that just because an insurance company is asking for all this stuff, their lawyers are asking for all this stuff, if you've got a case going on, get with your lawyer and make sure you really need to give this stuff up when it doesn't have anything to do with the issues you're claiming.
Right. And one of the other things, and it's so funny, we were talking during the break about something, we won't bring this up, but feel free to ask questions. All right. You can
Absolutely.
You can ask your lawyer questions. You can ask them everything. If they tell you, well, we don't talk about that, or we don't ask that, or whatever, that is bump. They do not believe that. That is not the case. You feel free to, you're paying them. You got to remember, you're paying them for their professional services. Answering questions is part of their job. If they refuse to do that, send them packing immediately.
First question I'm asking is, Glenn, if they get access to my social media, does that mean that they could go through my DMs? Because if they can, I'm settling. Let's settle right now. Let's just go ahead and settle.
Actually, Slick, that happens. That happens.
Man,
Folks
sure,
say, we need to get this case settled. Absolutely.
Right.
Because there's stuff in there that they haven't told me about.
Wow.
It happens all the time.
Wow, you got to delete that. Everybody understand? Yeah. Deep, clean.
And if you're in a case already, you can't start deleting stuff because then you're going to get in trouble for.
And that's when we know you have to throw it in the river.
Yeah.
Everybody understands that.
All
Sorry. Good job as always, buddy.
All right,
Very
thanks,
interesting
thanks.
stuff. You guys give it up good and loud for Glenn Klausman.
Yay!
That's KLAUSMAN law.com. Offices right there in Winter Park. 407-917-1718. Car crash, called Klausman. Glenn, always good to see you,
Thanks,
buddy.
great.
You got it. All right,
Thanks,
407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
The NFL preseason continues as the Tampa Bay Bucks travel to Jacksonville to face the Jaguars on Saturday. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. on Real Radio 104.1 and the free iHeartRadio app. Presented by Renewal by Anderson, official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Heavy traffic continues due to accident activity eastbound on I-4 just before the 429 exit, which is causing heavy backups on the interstate. Delays continue as well for those traveling through downtown on I-4 between Michigan Street and Robinson Street. Looking at a good ride for the most part for those taking the Beach Line or the Greenway this afternoon. If you see traffic problems, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Guys, listen up. If you have plans to sell your home for any reason, hit pause and learn about the Nickley Group. It can make you some money and save you some time. These guys are changing the real estate game. It's an onslaught of help when it comes to moving your house or finding your dream home. And don't believe the news that the market is softening in Orlando. That is not true. Orlando's homes are still selling for record prices. So if you're considering selling your home for any reason, downsizing, relocating, maybe you just need a bigger home as your family expands, get with the Nickley Group even more so. Check this out. There's about to be a fight for these homes, guys. I don't know if you heard, the mortgage rates are at their lowest in an entire year. People have just been sitting and waiting. You need somebody to help you wade through all that, and the Nickley Group could do that. Not only do they sell homes for an average 6% more, they sell them twice as fast as well. You could even get your home valued instantly, get a guaranteed cash offer for your home, or list your home today. Do that at thenickley.com. 3,000 5-star reviews. They are on to something, and other realtors also say this is a premier real estate group. If you're longing for that next level real estate experience, it's the Nickley Group, thenickley.com, NickleY group.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7635. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7635 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
That sound means closeout pricing on new Nissans at Sutherland Nissan Orlando.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now, your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword Vegas to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's Vegas to 200-200.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Hey, man, if you get to go to our company event, please tell us how it was.
We'd love to know.
I'd like to get a first-hand take of what it's like to go to the iHeartRadio Music Fest. That'd be cool.
Wouldn't that be cool?
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
So is Slick.
What up, what up?
Jack back with us tomorrow. Thanks, Slick. Always good seeing you, brother.
Yeah, thank you, Slick.
All right, so every time that we see the news, and it's inevitable out of Polk County almost every time, it seems like monthly there's another release of another operation or sting that's busted 30 or 40 or 50 people, trying to meet kids for sex, right?
Oh, I have a different one. Okay.
Okay, right? So you think to yourself, God, that's the worst. These are the worst people. I don't know about you guys. I'm fascinated by that crime because of the chances that people take, knowing for a fact that the percentages are so much greater that the person they're talking to is an officer or an undercover agent.
Are you talking about a story out of South Florida?
No, but the urge is so great that they can't stop themselves from offending, right? That's the thing I find the most. And that's actually the most dangerous aspect of pedophilia is the fact that they are powerless against the urge. And, of course, the victims are the worst kind of victims, the most, what's the word I'm looking for?
Most vulnerable?
Yeah, the most vulnerable of all patients, other than the elderly, would be children, right? And everybody gets disgusted about that, right? I do. Do you?
I definitely
When you
do.
hear somebody trying to meet somebody to have sex with a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 15-year-old, right? Disgusting.
But it's also one of those things, too. I don't know. Like, I know, like somebody can go to jail for, murder.
Yeah.
And then, they deeply regret it and they come out and they just become a law-abiding citizen.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's something that can be cured, though.
No, it's the oh, God. I'm so glad Jack's not here. No, they repeat. What's it? What is the word I'm looking for? Yeah, there you go. See how difficult it is?
No, you jinxed it for everybody.
Is that what it is? They reoffend often is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, there we go.
They are almost
repeat offenders.
Yeah, they're almost impossible to rehab. So rehabilitation really doesn't work. So they reoffend pretty quickly and almost 100% of the time. It's just, especially the predator status.
Yeah.
Because there's offender status and there's predator status. So I don't know anybody that isn't grossly offended by that action. But there is a unique irony in the United States in regard to that. As of 2017, how many states in the United States of America would allow you to get married under the age of 18?
Oh, quite a few, actually.
As of 2017. It's different now. That's why I'm mentioning 2017.
Well, I know back in the days, like in Hawaii, I think it was 14 at one point.
Yeah.
When I was there. And then, and I know Utah is infamous for that, right?
Yeah. Utah has a reputation for that for sure. But
Arizona, Idaho.
But nationally, where do you think, in the entire U.S., how many states as of 2017 would allow you to get married under the age of 18?
20.
20?
15.
All of them would allow you to do it.
Oh, wow.
As of 2017, in every state in America, you could get married under the age of 18. In other words, had that relationship been consummated outside of the guise of marriage, you would be a felon.
Wow.
But since 2018, 13 states have ended child marriage by raising the legal age to 18, which is exactly where it should be. Nearly 300,000 people, 300,000 children as young as the age of this were legally married in the U.S. between the years of 2000 and 2018. What do you think that age was?
12.
14.
10.
Oh, my goodness.
10 years old. That's prepubescent.
Wow.
All right. So the interesting thing, I bring this up. What states do you think are the worst? This is the most ironic and interesting part of this entire story. What do you think? What states are the worst? What state leads? Let's start there. What state has the most child marriages of any state in the U.S.?
Well, I'll go Utah.
Me too.
All right. And this, by the way, this was numbers taken between 2000 and 2018.
But I don't know if they actually asked the LDS.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, they just went by state by state. This is a Newsweek story, by the way. What state? What do you say?
I said Utah.
Utah. What do you think?
I also think Utah, but if I have to choose a different state, I'll go Montana.
It's Texas.
Wow.
Texas. Hard red, mega Republican Texas. 41,774 child marriages in 18 years in Texas. Who comes in second? I'll help you out. It's California. Who comes in third?
West Virginia.
What do you think, Deb?
Mississippi.
Yeah, it's got to be one of these backwoods places, right? No, it's good old Florida. Florida, 17,274 child marriages.
Yeah.
Who's next?
I don't even know at this point, man.
Well, let's get. I'll help you out. It's Nevada. Nevada at 17,000. Who's after that?
Man.
There's a pattern forming. It's North Carolina.
So
with all these states that talk about protecting children, more protecting the children, you can get married. Now, they have a map here. It's very interesting. What do you think the age of marriage? Hold on one second. It says child marriages is anything, I believe, below 18 is how I think they justify this, or they verify it, is I believe under the age of 18 is considered a child marriage.
I would think so.
That's exactly, yeah. Marriage is under the age of 18, and it goes state by state to let you know exactly how many are in each state. And it is an amazing number. And what I can't figure out, guys, is how or why this is allowed. Why isn't there a federal ban on this? Why isn't there a federal age for marriage in this country? I do not understand that. We don't mind using the Fed to regulate things across the board and across borders in this country all the time. We do it.
Well, I think a lot of it is because it's religious, possibly, and they don't want to get involved in that.
But religion should not circumsede the law that you are abusing a child if you're having sex with that person under the age of 18. I mean, where's the age of consent? I know is in Louisiana and places like that are in that 16, 17 range, but even that gets shaky.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you right now, R. Kelly's in jail right now thinking to himself, like, they still not protecting kids?
Yeah, they're
still, even after me?
This one guy who is, this guy, Freddie Reese, who is part of an organization that is really watching this, wants the entire federal marriage age to be 19 years old. I mean, again, you could make an argument, but since 18 seems to be the number, we believe that people in this country are viable to do things like have a cigarette and maybe fight for the country.
Absolutely.
I would think that 18 would be a good number to start with.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, honestly, I might agree with that other guy because I still think that that's too young to get married.
Yeah.
Personally.
And somebody says, I'm surprised that you're surprised about Texas. I am, because you got to remember, and again, I am a Republican, but with the hypocrisy sometimes that comes out of the party is a bit much for me, because when all we hear is, protect the kids, you're the Moms for Freedom thing, but yet we'll allow a child who can't make a decision on what classes they want to take in the 9th grade to become a wife to an adult male. But yet, if that same adult male traveled to that state to just try to have the sex with that 14-year-old without any marriage, it's a felony. And you're going to lose every right you have as a citizen and spend the remainder of your life in jail, more than likely.
But in situations like that, too, it'd be on the parents, too. Like, the parents will be like, oh, okay, well, we can't stop little Susie from dating this 19, 20-year-old guy. So if you guys are going to do that, you guys got to do the religious thing, which is to get married and make it official.
Yeah, that's what. But the thing is, I believe that the marriage is actually being used as a tool for a lot of these guys for pedophilia. That's what I believe. I believe that they're using the marriage laws of these states to access young people to have sex with them. Because here's the thing. Chances are you could probably snow a parent of these two. This is a stretch, I understand. But when you look at the Elvis scenario, right?
Right.
Elvis did this. Elvis, one of the greatest American heroes that we have in the arts and entertainment industry, married to what? How old was Priscilla? 15?
Yeah,
when they started dating?
14, 15. Yeah,
14.
14. The parents had to sign off for this?
What was interesting was because one of the first times her parents visited Graceland, he had to have his guys quickly remove all of her things from their bedroom and put her into a guest bedroom to not make it look like they had been sleeping together.
Yeah. Wow. Incredible, man.
So her parents were, I guess you could say, naive at best.
Yeah. Nevada, Idaho, Arkansas, Kentucky, and Oklahoma had the highest rates of child marriage per child population. But in total marriages, the states I mentioned before were the ones that were leading the country. And I don't understand how we as Americans can sit by and watch this hypocrisy. Watch children get married off to adult males, adult men, some greatly older, sometimes 3 times older. You know, you're talking about a 40-year-old marrying a 14-year-old. You think they're doing that for love? You think they're doing that for love? Is that really the case? Just because it's mired in religion? Man, that's unbelievable to me, guys. That is, as a Christian, it's unbelievable to me that the hypocrisy of that can continue forward. Like if I had somebody in a church try to explain that to me, I don't even know how I'd react to it. I would laugh at them and call them fools.
Yeah, but we don't protect the kids like we're supposed to anyway. And also, let's not lose sight of the fact that this also happens in reverse, where there are older women that marry younger men also.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I would think most of these scenarios, though,
are men marrying
young
girls.
women being married off to older men. We know for a fact in the LDS scenario, that is the situation. There are no younger men being married off to older women in the LDS scenario. But, but I would tell you, I think that 95% are probably older men looking for younger women. And I just simply do not understand how, as a country, we can sit back and consider that fine when we care so much about our kids and put so much value into that, especially on public. We like to say those things in public, but when you get behind the scenes and you're allowing 14-year-olds to marry grown-ass men and a majority of the states in this country, I think the hypocrisy is a bit much. And I don't care what religion you decide to throw over it. It doesn't roll with me.
It ain't about the religion, though. It's about the legal binding contract.
Yeah, right.
That's really what it's about. That's all they care about.
Yeah, but again, it is basically a license to rape a kid.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you're giving them. It's being masked as a marriage, and of course, that's being blessed by God, and that's where the religion part comes in. But I don't think there's anything godly about a relationship between a 40-year-old man and a 14-year-old girl. You show me the godly in that. Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Because sometimes infighting amongst friends is exactly what you need to lower the volume on the voices in your head. Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Heavy delays continue due to an earlier crash that's been reported eastbound on I-4 just before the 429 exit. Heavy delays still reported for those traveling through downtown and by the major attractions exits this afternoon. Things are up to speed so far east and westbound on the 408. If you run into traffic problems today, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are just 50 cents each at Staples. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program. In-store only, offer ends 8/24, limit 10. Save big on back to school at Staples.
Renewal by Andersen is having their end of summer sale, and it's hotter than the Florida sun. Renewal by Andersen's windows combine chic design with custom-built craftsmanship down to 1/8 of an inch, providing impact resistance against Florida's extreme weather, which is more important than ever now that we're in the middle of the hurricane season, especially if you live on Florida's coast. But not only that, Renewal by Andersen's windows also increase your comfort by keeping all that heat and humidity out, not to mention the noise. Plus, their products are backed by some of the strongest warranties you'll find anywhere, and everything is made in the USA. Now through August 31st, receive $300 off every window and $825 off all patio doors, plus zero money down, zero payments, and 0% interest for 12 months. Visit bestwindowsflorida.com to schedule your free consultation today. Be one of the first 50 callers and receive a free True Scene screen upgrade. Official sponsor of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, license number CGC 1527613.
sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
Win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. September 20th and 21st.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance knows opening a small business is a great achievement. They offer custom insurance solutions to fit your needs. Get a quote and find why over 1 million small business owners trust them at thehartford.com/smallbusiness.
If you are ready to start looking for a new home or refinance the one you're in, then you need Brad Siebert at wearenotthebanks.com. He has loans for all types of buyers, whether you have good credit or even bumps in your credit. And they deal with all types of loans, VA, conventional, even jumbo loans, and no income documentation loans. I trust wearenotthebanks.com to handle my mortgage loans, so should you. Just go to wearenotthebanks.com and get started. NMLS ID number 66247, equal housing opportunity.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
I had a radio listener call me after an accident. The insurance company offered him $700. He hired me that day and we were covered $100,000. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Potential clients may not obtain same or similar results. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Hey there, Russ for Zero Res. Get your carpets and tile clean without sticky, soapy, chemical residue left behind. This month, get 15% off tile and grout cleaning. Visit OrlandoZeroRes.com for Zero Res. Spelled forwards or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny final expense insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803. Don't wait. Call now. 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803.
I don't like onions. I'm doing paleo. Do they have gluten-free bagels? You can't juggle every food request for a work event, or can you? EasyCater is the all-in-one tech platform that makes it easy to get restaurant catering for work, with options for any group's size, taste, dietary preference, or budget. EasyCater saves your favorite restaurants and orders, which makes reordering a snap. Need to modify an order? No problem. So when it comes to food for work, make it easy on yourself with EasyCater. Start your order at easycater.com.
Between the lines, far beyond legal and ethical limits, and under the surface,
too dangerous or disruptive to the existing status quo.
Hosts Ben Bolin, Matt Frederick, and Noel Brown introduce you to the world of stuff they don't want you to know.
We have officially entered the age of biohacking.
History is riddled with unexplained events. Is somebody messing with us? Now it's time for some answers.
Take us to the edge of the rabbit hole. We'll do the rest.
Listen to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff They Don't Want You to Know and start listening.
Florida residents get in for only $17.50 till the end of August at Gatorland.
Real Radio
104.1.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Slick is here today. Jack is doing the orientation for his daughter. She moves over to UCF for her final couple of years of school. We'll be back with us on tomorrow.
Oh, she's moving on campus?
No. I don't think that's happening.
Don't dash that
You
dream.
can't do that. You know, then your first 2 years of school, or at least the first year of school, it's mandatory for you to live in a dorm now.
Good.
Oh.
You can't commute.
Oh, really?
Like if you decided to go to UCF now,
that's how Chris did it.
Okay, I want to make sure I have this right, but from what I understood as we were taking our kids around in Florida, it is mandatory if you go to the school for the first year all the way through and you don't go to community college and then transfer, the first year in school, it's mandatory that you live in a dorm. After that first year, you can seek off-campus housing if you want, but I do believe that first year it's mandatory. And that's probably a money move.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
My daughter's at Full Sail, and they told her, like, she could, it's a different type of college and it's private, but they told her she can start off online, but the max that she can do online is 6 months, and then she has to be on campus.
Be in person, right? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that as well. I mean, again, all my kids are out of school. My son's in school now, but he's not like a UCF thing. But they don't really have to deal with it. When he was at FAU, he had to live on campus for 1 year, though. That's for sure. He moved off campus for the second year. Yeah.
I had to live on campus.
Yeah. I thought it would be cool. I mean, I wouldn't want to live on campus. I had to commute. I was a JUCO, so I had to wind up commuting. It sucked. It was like going to 13th to 14th grade. All right, 407-916-1041. Yeah, a couple people were texting in about that last segment when, we were talking about the age, and people were like, hey, there are exceptions. I was 19. My wife was 1 month shy of being 18. We waited a year or more, but I was about to go into the Navy. And did not want to, go into the Navy and then have to come back and get married after that was going on. So they got married. Guys, I think everybody kind of understands scenarios like that.
Yeah.
The scenarios where, you're marrying a 14 or 15-year-old as a 35-plus-year-old man, I think those are the cases that really look more sketch, that are using religion as a tool to fulfill their pedophilia dreams. That's what I believe.
Okay, but I got a question for you. What are you supposed to do as a parent? And I'm not saying that, you shouldn't be proactive and you shouldn't try to stop this, but what can you legally do as a parent to keep this, especially if that daughter's in love with this guy? What are you supposed to do?
Well, I'm all about threatening bodily harm to the person knocking on my door as a 35-year-old man wanting to talk to my 14. I got to tell you, I hope every parent listening to this show would think that a 32-year-old or 33-year-old or a 35-year-old man calling on his 14 or 15-year-old daughter would be unbelievably abnormal and would call the cops like immediately. There you go. There's my advice. Call the cops immediately. She's 15. You're able to make decisions for her while she's in your house and look out for her betterment. That, my friends, is called parenting. You're not being an oppressive a-hole. Don't let the media tell you that. That is untrue. You are being a parent, protecting your child. You are sworn to do that. You should do it.
And
sworn in the eyes of your faith, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, you got to do whatever the hell you want.
I mean, look, I'm playing devil's advocate here because I also understand that when a young girl is smitten with an older gentleman, there's really nothing you can do to stop that scenario from happening. And as a matter of fact, if you go after him, it could make the situation a tad bit worse. She could love this guy even more and be devoted to, when she is of age or whatever, to get away from you and onto him.
I would tell you, I think most of these scenarios are guys that really understand weak people and weak minds. I would think most of the girls being targeted for crimes of this nature are gullible, naive, or maybe just want attention, have been starved attention, and somebody comes along, regardless of their age, and sweet talks, is established. Maybe there's some daddy issues there, whatever the case may be, but you got to protect your kids, man. You can't allow grown-ass men to come in and start doing things like that. I mean, even a message at that point, I would call the cops.
That reminds me of a documentary I just watched recently, and texters, YouTube, if y'all know the name of this documentary, it's slipping me right now, but it's about some guy who ended up starting a cult with his daughter's college friends.
Oh yeah, he was recently. Yeah.
Is that not? Is that NIV? Were they?
No, it wasn't the one with the branding. This was actually a father who ended up at one point moving into his daughter's dorm, and then causing her friends to become basically escorts and work for this guy.
Really?
And he lived there. This was on a pretty prestigious college campus in the Northeast before he was finally found, put in jail.
Now that's how you do it.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah, and he had the eyes and the face of a man. It was just pure evil.
Yeah, man. I mean, again, you're a grown man seeking comfort from a child. I mean, there's something wrong, right? There's something wrong. So I just found that to be an interesting story and thought I'd share. I bet not many people knew that up until 2017 in every single state in the U.S., you could get married under the age of 18 years old. And
wow.
I'm not sure that was general knowledge. I mean, you guys didn't know. You thought it was half of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Do you guys remember Scared Straight?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Remember Scared Straight?
Yeah, yeah.
You remember Scared Straight?
Oh,
Deb?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a teen in a courtroom up in Detroit. They were on a field trip, by the way, in a Detroit court to, kind of see how it ran, see how that process works. Maybe, this wasn't a Scared Straight thing. This was just a field trip from a Detroit school. Unfortunately, Judge Kenneth King was sitting there doing his business, and he asked other kids in the courtroom whether the 16-year-old girl who had fallen asleep in his courtroom should be punished. Well, he didn't really wait for their response. He wound up, after she fell asleep, I think a couple times, he wound up sending her in the back, getting her cuffed, and putting her in jail, in a jail uniform, just for falling asleep in his courtroom because he considered it disrespectful.
That is disrespectful.
I wanted this to look and feel very real to her. Even though there's probably no real chance of me putting her in jail, that was my own version of Scared Straight, referring to that documentary that about teen offenders up in New Jersey, which actually had an office here in Orlando over in Pine Hills.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember because I used to see some of those kids at that 7-Eleven, and I can tell you, they were scaring me straight because they were horrifying. This 14-year-old kid with a beard and a knife tat. I mean, like, good God. The teen was seeking King's Court as part of a visit organized by the Greening of Detroit, which is a nonprofit who is basically taking him through the process of seeing how the legal system works up there in Detroit. It's gotten practice.
A little.
Yeah, a little practice. They're keen. Says, you fall asleep in my courtroom one more time, I'm going to put you in back. Understood? And, of course, she dozed off. He then had the girl change into jail clothes and then wear handcuffs as well. And then he says, it was her whole attitude and disposition that disturbed me. Mm-hmm. I wanted to get through to her to show her how serious this is and how you're to conduct yourself inside a courtroom.
Let me guess, is he in trouble now?
Well, here's the thing. He isn't the head judge in this particular area or district. There is someone that's over him, and that particular judge, who is a woman named Ilea Sabri.
Stop it. She's just a young child.
She's the number 2 leadership post there at the court. She released a statement saying that his actions do not reflect the standards of the 36th District Court. Now, I got to tell you, I mean, I don't know what the deal is. I know being reprimanded for falling asleep in a court would be enough to keep me awake, but obviously it was not here. I had heard also outside of this that she was from a foster home.
Oh, man.
Now, I don't know if that's true. It doesn't mention it in this AP story, but I did read a story later in today that kind of piled onto this story that said that there's a possibility that she came in from a foster home as well. Now, of course, they say that she's traumatized and it's having a dire effect. But he's not backing off. He says, I'm committed to addressing this matter. Matter of fact, I believe he even went to the girl's parents and offered to be her mentor after hours to make sure that she stays on the right path.
Yeah, because if she thinks she's traumatized now, keep cranking that attitude in your life and see where it's going to get you, baby girl. Yeah. Everybody has trauma. Everybody has a story. It doesn't exonerate you from responsibility and accountability.
Now, a professor at the University of Detroit Mercy Law School says, quote, there are so many other ways they could have helped this young girl teach, this young girl learn. And here's the thing. I'm one of those dads. Like, I think a dramatic thing needs to happen occasionally so that they understand. We call it attention getters in my house, right? That could take a bunch of different forms, attention getting in my house. But this was this guy's version of attention getting. And maybe as a judge who's seen hundreds of perps and young people have their lives ruined come through his courtroom. Maybe this was the one time he finally decided to go, you know what, maybe this will work. I've tried literally everything else, and kids still get out there and get killed or shot or wind up in jail. Maybe he was just trying the new approach, and this was the first one. But
maybe it's her attitude. Maybe when he scolded her the first 2 times, instead of her responding with respect, like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I was up late studying, or I went to school and then I went to work. If she explained her situation, but it sounds like the judge had given her a couple of tries. She decided to act like you're not the boss of me.
Yeah, one more time.
And sleeping as she was told. She was warned.
Yeah, it says here, although the judge was trying to teach a lesson of respect, his methods were, quote, unacceptable. That's what a chairperson said.
Whatever.
The group of students should have been simply asked to leave the courtroom if he thought they were being disrespectful. That is such a counterproductive way to do things. You're there to learn. This is a field trip to learn. You don't get to leave if it doesn't go your way.
Thank you.
You don't get to do that. You're a child. You're being taught something. Sit there and be quiet and be respectful and learn something. And I don't know where the teachers were that were are the chaperones that were handling this crew, but they obviously were not maybe doing their job because they needed to be reminded. But this guy pulled the trigger on what he thought was going to work.
I'm gonna preface my question. Well, preface my comments with a question.
Sure.
Was this kid African American?
I do not know the answer to that.
And I'm asking that question because of one simple fact.
The judge is black, though.
Okay, the judge is black.
Yeah, the judge is black.
This is my whole thing right here. As an African American myself, who grew up in the inner city, that judge being black should know. And that's if I'm prefacing, if that kid is actually African American, should know better than to put that kid in a traumatic situation by putting that African American kid in handcuffs.
You don't think? Yeah, I think the handcuffs are a bit much.
It's too much.
I would kind of agree with you on the handcuffs. I do believe that a strong, maybe even stop the room, come into my quarters there, and let me have a little talk with you before we get back out there. But I don't know, man. I think this guy pretty much got it reached. It feels like he just kind of reached the top of his cup.
Jim, I was in handcuffs one time because they pulled me over because I fit the description. And they had me on the sidewalk in handcuffs, and I'll never forget that day for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that's never happened to me for some reason. This girl was 16 years old, and he actually asked the other kids in the courtroom if she should be taken to detention, juvenile.
That I don't like because then it's because that becomes real Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
Right.
This is a grown ass man who is a judge who, like a fatherly figure or a teacher or a coach, had instructed this young lady on 2 separate occasions during the same event. If you do it again, this is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he sprung a surprise on her. She was fully warned what he was going to do. But once you add in the other kids, then you kind of create that mob mentality, and now it's not your wisdom you're trying to impart. It's this mob mentality, and that it's bullying, and it strips everything you were trying to teach. To me, it strips it away because the kids have no place in this decision. You are the judge. She is disrespecting your courtroom. Those kids have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I would agree with it. Do you believe that making an example is an effective way? Because, somebody just texted in and said, you can bet your ass those other kids in that classroom are going to be cool now.
Yeah.
And I would say that's probably the case, that those kids are probably going to be cool because kids don't want to be in jumpsuits and handcuffs. So I wonder if, although it seems brutal and although it seems really out of bounds for a judge to put a 16-year-old in cuffs for falling asleep in his courtroom, it may have been very effective to other students.
Yeah, but here's the problem. The judge ain't got to see her every day. She got to go to school with these kids. You think these kids are going to forget what happened to her in front of this judge?
Yeah.
They'll never let her forget it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And where the judge could have gone right in scaring everybody straight, instead he brought them in as judge and jury as well.
Yes.
And he elevated the other students. So now he's made it easier for them to bully her, whereas he could have just used it as a lesson for every one of the students.
Yes.
Let me slip out on a plank here. You think that's really going to scare a kid from Detroit?
No.
You think a little handcuff and jumpsuit is going to rattle a kid from Detroit? I mean, you get the feeling maybe just outside that courtroom will be more rattling than inside that courtroom in Detroit. I know what you're saying. I don't know, man. I'm kind of on the fence with this one. I kind of really understand what this judge was trying to do. I think maybe the handcuffs, I would agree with you, Slick. And even when I read that earlier, I'm like, the jumpsuit, because they did that at Scared Straight.
Yeah.
They put them in jumpsuits and Scared Straight, by the way. And by the way, it doesn't work in Scared Straight because it's like going to a haunted house. You know they can't touch you.
They can't touch you.
You know they can't touch you. But I tell you what would happen with Scared Straight for sure. If they're sitting there in that prison and those prisoners are saying, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, and those kids are leaning up against the wall and they're smirking and laughing, if just one of those prisoners came over and just throat punched one of those kids really good one time, so the kid couldn't breathe for, let's say, a good minute and a half or 2 minutes, bet money, bet money, it would be received way differently after that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also feel like if one of those prisoners walked in and hit the prisoner that was talking to the kids, that would also work too. Because if they saw prison fights, like actual prison fights.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they would do it either.
Because that's brutal. And nobody's playing for second there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those things are insane.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Let's take a little break. We'll come back and do trivia. Orlando Magical Dining at Dinner for Two is up for grabs. We'll do that next here on the Jim Colbert Show.
We have a prize. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO Moving.com.
This is former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Progressive Insurance.
We'll start with football, where week 2 of the preseason set to roll for the Buccaneers on Saturday when they travel to Jacksonville to take on the Jags. Baseball, the Rays are home this weekend. They'll open a 3-game set against the Diamondbacks starting tomorrow. Ryan Pepiot will pitch game 1 there. And the WNBA announced that their All-Star Game in 2025 will take place at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, the first time Indies hosted the All-Star Game. I'm Scott Davidson.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Guys, are your energy costs going through the roof? Well, maybe it's time to replace those single-pane aluminum windows with the most energy-efficient option out there. Keep that heat outside during the summer, but keep it inside during the winter. And this part is the most crazy part. If you live in a noisy area, a noisy neighborhood, and too much of that noise makes it inside your house, when you replace those old windows and doors and you use laminated insulated glass, it can provide as much as 100% improvement. Now, that's a big number, 100%, right? You hear that. It is so true. That is genuinely the most amazing part of this. When you get these windows, your house seals up. Not only does it feel better, it sounds amazing. These guys are offering rebates of $100 per window, $200 per door, and they even have 24-month, no money down, no payment, and no interest financing. So for a completely free in-home consultation, it's easy. Find out what these guys can do for you. Call FAS or visit them online. Trust the leader, FAS.com.
Hey, if you want a nicer, newer car you can afford, go for the gold during my Old Ride Relay. RC Hill here. If your old ride's a loser, too many miles, too many problems, or just doesn't look good, hand it off to me. I'll give you over Kelley Blue Book value. Here at RC Hill, we're focused on affordability. My dream team of finance specialists hustle hard to help you find a car you'll love at a low rate and a monthly payment that fits your budget. That's what my perfect payment program is all about. Get a great deal on a new 2024 Mitsubishi with a lifetime warranty, or check out our certified used trucks, SUVs, and sports cars. So if you hate your old ride, get in the game and get way over trade value. But hurry, this race ends this weekend. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. RC Hill Mitsubishi and used car superstores in DeLand and Ocala. See all the gold medal rides at rchill.com. That's rchill.com. And if you need to sell your car today, visit rchillbuyscars.com. We pay you on the spot.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth, our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Create the perfect backyard this summer with Tools Ace Hardware. Tools Ace Hardware carries the best brands in outdoor cooking like Big Green Egg, Weber, Napoleon, Uni, Gosney, Rectech, and more. Tools also carries Polywood outdoor furniture made from durable recycled plastic that will last for years and won't fade. Tools has Adirondack chairs, rocking chairs, seating, and dining sets in stock and can special order any item quickly. Get free assembly and local delivery on any grill or patio furniture purchase $3.99 and up. Tools Ace has 13 convenient locations in Central Florida, or you can shop online at acehardware.com for free in-store pickup or delivery. It's Tools Ace, the backyard place.
I'm Olivia. When I was injured in a car crash, I knew from listening to this station who I needed to call. I called attorney Glenn Klossman. I knew I had a super lawyer on my side. I was extremely happy with the results. I'm Olivia, and I highly recommend attorney Glenn Klossman, Office Winter Park.
A violent crime is committed every 24 seconds. The U.S. Concealed Carry Association exists to provide you with firearms education, training, and access to self-defense liability insurance. So when trouble comes, you'll be ready. Over 800,000 Americans trust the USCCA, and right now, there's an exclusive, limited-time offer for radio listeners. Go to defendfamily.com to get a free family defense guide, a survival secrets training video from a retired FBI agent, and see all the benefits of membership. Go to defendfamily.com now.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Are you offended? Obviously, we're only kidding. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. I am Jim. Deb is here.
Hola.
And Slick has the Jackie Sack.
Once again, we forgot to teach about the train.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Choo-choo?
You say chugga-chugga.
Oh, chugga-chugga?
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
Yep, it's officially off the rails. What you got, Slick?
Oh, you know what?
We've got dinner for two at Taverna Opa. Part of Orlando Magic Dining, 6 weeks, 3 courses, 2 exceptional prices. Savor the flavors with a record-smashing 150-plus restaurants August 16th through the September 30th. Every meal served during Orlando's Magical Dining, presented by Orlando Health Benefits, the Mustard Seed of Central Florida, and other local nonprofits. We're going to go with that, and that's sponsored by Cento Family Moving and Storage. Go local. Support a family-owned and operated Orlando moving and storage company, and make sure you keep it local by mentioning the Jim Colbert Show, because he's going to get you a discount. Book them today at centomoving.com. That's C-E-N-T-O moving.com. Clickety-clack, back to you.
Thank you, Deb. Appreciate that very much. A little early on that one. That's okay. No worries. Who goes first today, buddy?
Let's go with Make 'em Beg Meg on line 2.
Make 'em Beg Meg, line 2. Meg, how you doing?
Hello?
Hey, how are you doing?
Okay, with this case, I'm sorry, I'm 64 years old, and I'm tired of the kids of today. First of all, the teachers are wrong. The girls should fail the class.
Ma'am, this is our trivia segment.
You want to play some trivia?
Yeah, let me put you on hold there. Let's go. Let me put you on hold real quick. I don't know why that's locked up there. Let's do that. Let's go to Cliff. Cliff, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, thank you. How are you?
Good, man. You want to play a little game with us?
I would love to.
All right, do it. Let's do it. Here we go. I got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of these answers is untrue.
Oh.
If you could locate that, I will send you over to the Jackie Sack for a nice dinner for 2 at Taverna Opa. There you go.
Love that place.
Here we go, buddy. This is your question. On this day in 1620, the Mayflower set sail from Southampton, England, in search of the New World. That's right. Here are 3 fun facts about the Mayflower and 1 jam-packed lie.
Ugh, stinky.
Number 1. A baby was born during the Mayflower's voyage. It was named Oceanus. Number 2, the trip took 45 days and they lost 2 crew members during the voyage. Number 3, half the people who made the voyage died during the first winter. Or lastly, it's estimated that over 30 million Americans can trace their family lineage back to the Mayflower. Which of those is a lie?
I'm going to go with number 2.
Number 2 is the winner, buddy. You're there.
Oh.
Give it to him there. Do you know how long it actually took?
What's that?
Do you know how long it actually took?
I'm going to say it took 80 days.
It took 66 days, and one of the reasons is this. They actually encountered 2 pretty major storms where they couldn't even have their sails up. They almost lost one of their masts, so they drifted for days on 2 occasions. The trip could have been made in about 41 days, but because of all the storms that they encountered, and it actually put quite a stress on how much food and provisions they had. And they did lose 1 crew member, a young man that was washed overboard during one of the storms and wound up drowning.
80 days on a wooden ship.
Yeah, there you go. So you are a winner, Cliff. I'm going to put you on
60.
hold. A baby was born during the Mayflower's maiden voyage, and his name was Oceanus.
Oh, that's what I thought was the lie.
Yeah, he was born to Elizabeth Hopkins, so his full name was Oceanus Hopkins.
Oh, there's a name.
Yeah, it sounds like an old 1930s picture.
I know.
Sound like you from Mercy Drive. Oceanus Hopkins.
So I think about 102 passengers with 30 crew members on the Mayflower, which wasn't a super big ship, by the way. Over half of those died during the first winter. Remember, they landed in November.
Right.
And they landed way north of when they were supposed to land. So when they landed, it was already bitter outside. They hadn't expected cold like that. Although cold in England, not cold like
No.
Pennsylvania cold.
No, the
And-
movies that show snow in London at Christmas time lied to you.
Yeah. But up there, it's real, no joke. And they actually lived on the ship through the first winter because it was too cold for them to dig and make any shelters. They barely could forage for food, and their entire lives were saved by finding corn. Like corn saved their life. And it is estimated that over 30 million Americans can trace their family lineage back to the Mayflower, and that includes both President Bush's.
I
Bush
worked
family.
with someone who has a silver spoon from the Mayflower.
No way.
And can trace his family's history to the Mayflower as well as a former program director of mine.
Like an actual spoon from
Actual
that ship?
spoon. Safety deposit box.
Oh, you bet your ass.
Oh, yeah.
2 of them.
And a long Southern family. So to come from the Mayflower and then have those Southern men's names,
Wow, man. And you really, when you read about this and seeing these movies, I really haven't paid much attention to it. I know the story for sure, but man, what? You talking about balls. I mean, balls. These guys were basically leaving persecution. They wanted to practice their religion. They're Puritans. They wanted to do their own thing, and they were willing to roll the life dice to make that happen. And thank God they did, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Unbelievable. In an effort to establish law and order, the Mayflower Accord was signed upon landing. I think they landed on the 9th, and by the 11th, they had this signed. And as it was the first civil body politic in the New World. It was the first law and order for the U.S. was the Mayflower Compact. And then lastly here, 2 more things. The main record of the Mayflower's journey is attributed to just one person.
Really?
Just one guy, a guy named William Bradford, who actually wound up being the first governor of the establishment there, of the colony there. It was his account of the trip is the only record that we really have that tells the full story of the Mayflower. If not for his journals, we would have never known about anything that happened on that boat.
See how important journaling is, Jimmy?
Yeah, right. It's super important. Right.
You could save the new world, man.
And there was a gross omission that was very important to them. They had to leave early because it was already approaching winter season, which would have been the most difficult to sail, and they wanted to leave, but they had to wait, so they left in haste. And they forgot something very, very important. They didn't realize that until they got to where they were going, and when they were traveling. What do you think that was? Very important to help stay alive.
Water.
No, not water, because they drank beer.
Oh, that's true.
They had
Water
tons
is
of
too
beer,
dangerous.
beer, live animals. They had all kinds of stuff. Oh, yeah.
Sheesh.
Wool.
No. They forgot their fishing rods.
Oh, no.
That sucks.
Which was a big deal. Again,
Well, yeah, if they don't know how to fish with nets, they're SOL.
They did not bring fishing rods, and it turned out to be a really big deal. Actually, it's mentioned a couple of times in the story as they recount it, because they did have weapons, they did have guns, and they did have ammo and artillery on the boat, because they thought for sure they would face some, they may face volatile indigenous peoples when they got here, but they had no idea that they forgot their fishing poles, which was tantamount in them staying alive, as they couldn't hunt. You know, because it was freezing cold. They could barely stay alive.
Right, exactly.
Interesting stuff. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. A lot of crazy stuff happened today, man. Like when you read, like I read the On This Day stuff to pull trivia every day, and some days you'll go through there and like, wow, man, not one person of note that anybody would know was born today. Man, that is not the case today. A lot of very famous people born today.
Oh, really?
Ben Affleck's birthday is today. Of course, Wizard of Oz was released today in 1939. So you just notice some of those days have those extra little pieces of info that's parallel with them. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. This guy had no luck with dating apps, so he made a move. I'll tell you what that is next.
Casino passes for the 2024 Just Call Mo Real Radio Celebrity Poker Tournament are still available. Go to realradio.fm/poker for more info.
Heavy delays continue due to an earlier crash that's been reported eastbound on I-4 just before the 429 exit. Heavy delays still reported for those traveling through downtown and by the major attractions exits this afternoon. Things are up to speed so far east and westbound on the 408. If you run into traffic problems today, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
I'm Jennifer, and I'm an FPL customer. I appreciate that at FPL, they are always teaching me how power works and how you can save money.
Find more ways to save energy and money at FPL.com/ways to save. FPL, working for you every single day.
Hey guys, listen up. If you have plans to sell your home for any reason, stop for a second. Just take a little break and learn about the Nickley Group before you make that move. And here's why. Because these guys are really changing the real estate game. Plenty of solutions for sellers and buyers. And the market here at Orlando is not softening. Matter of fact, it's the exact opposite. I'll tell you why. Because mortgage rates right now are lower than they've been in over a year. And just so you know, people have been waiting. They've been sitting and saving money and just waiting for this opportunity for these rates to drop so they can jump. That's why more than ever, you need the best pros out there to make sure that you can weave through all those offers and find that perfect home and have your offer hit, get accepted, and the next thing you know, you have the beautiful home you've been waiting for forever. And not only do they sell homes for an average of 6% more, these guys sell them twice as fast as well. More money in your pocket quicker never is bad. Not to mention, you can get your home valued instantly, get a guaranteed cash offer, or just list your home. Do that at thenickley.com. These guys have so many 5-star reviews, over 3,000. So if you're looking for that next level real estate experience, and that's mortgage services, moving assistance, they have moving trucks, marketing, and a team of realtors focused on you to make sure you get exactly what you want every time. It's easy, guys. It's thenickley.com. That's NICKLEY group.com.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Let International Diamond Center put some sizzle in your relationship this summer with free financing, free dinner, and a free romantic getaway. Now through August 31st at IDC, with any qualifying jewelry purchase, you'll get 0 interest financing for 24 months, plus a gift card for dinner valued at $150, plus a 3-night getaway to places like Nashville, Las Vegas, Miami, Hilton Head, or how about a Caribbean cruise on us? Get to IDC now for all the details and check out our special pricing on all fashion jewelry, all wedding bands, engagement rings, and luxury timepieces. See why IDC is the area's premier jeweler. Locally owned, internationally connected, with no-nonsense pricing games, no pressure, no commission salespeople, and service for life on any purchase. How about a Tacori ring or a 5-carat tennis bracelet or a pre-owned Rolex? Spice things up with IDC's Summer of Romance offer. Free financing, free dinner for two, and a free romantic getaway. International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando area locations. Minimum purchase required on approved credit. See store for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
Hi there, Jesse Bon Jovi here. When I created Hampton Water Rosé with my dad, John Bon Jovi, we blended the best French rosé with the laid-back lifestyle of the Hamptons. Hampton Water, born in France, raised in the Hamptons. Rosé responsibly.
Make reservations now for Everglades Restaurant Tequila Pairing October 12th. Delight in 6 handcrafted tequila cocktails paired with 5 Mexican-inspired dishes by head chef Fred Blachos. Call 407-996-2385 to secure your spot today. Everglades in the Rosen Center.
This hour of programming is brought to you by My Home Builders Network. Need a new roof? Then you need Mike and his team at HBNUSA.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now, your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword Vegas to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's Vegas to 200-200.
This is why YouTube was created at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
That's right, Dan. Thank you for telling everybody what they should do right now. We just slide over to YouTube, type in the Jim Colbert Show. When that pops up, give us a like and subscribe. That helps us out so much. Doesn't cost you anything. We're not going to bother you, I promise.
Well, a little bit.
No, we won't. Not even a little bit.
Yeah, no, we don't.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here.
You have to tune in for that.
So is Slick.
What up, what up?
All right, you had the story yesterday, real quick, before we get to this guy. You had a story yesterday about the chicken wings, or was that the day before?
That was actually, I think that was Monday or Tuesday, about the ex-Chicago school district employee. She was in charge of cafeteria services, and she stole $1.5 million or 11,000 cases of chicken wings and was just sentenced to 9 years in prison.
Do you hear the latest on this story?
No, I did not.
I think it was, is it a football player?
Yeah, Chris Jones.
Chris Jones offered to pay the $1.5 million to refund the school if they would release her.
Oh, wow.
And of course, I don't think they say yes. I think they said no.
No.
9 years in prison.
That got to happen before the sentence, though. Like,
yeah, but even then, I mean, she still committed the crime, and even though she paid them back, what's the word for that? I always forget.
Restitution?
That word. Yeah, the restitution there. Even though he did that, the crime was still committed. So, I mean, even if he offered to pay the $1 million back, I mean, it still doesn't exonerate the crime, unfortunately.
Well, because at one point they had noticed that the budget for school food was over budget by $300,000, and they were only midway through the school year, you know, and that's a lot of money to be taking out of a school district like Chicago.
Love getting these texts, by the way. If you want to text us, you can do that, 77031. Send your comments right over to us. It said, you guys are awesome. Boyfriend turned me onto your show. I've loved it ever since. He used to do a podcast called The Black Hole with Rick and Anthony. He speaks very highly.
Yeah.
Both of us are watching now. So thanks for joining us, guys. We appreciate that.
Absolutely. Weren't they on the hot sauce?
I don't know if they were or not. I know, and we also got another email today. We had mentioned during Danny's segment, when she talked about that thing going on at MIMS, and I chimed in and said, yeah, the Old Red Barn there is in Geneva. And I know on Saturdays, sometimes they have like food trucks and stuff out there. And Jessica Rayland, do you remember her? Jessica Raylan, the wife of the officer.
Oh, yes.
She runs the food truck out there called Who's Cooking.
Really?
Yeah. So
Small world.
She emailed me and said, "Hey, man, I just heard that you were talking about that. That food truck is mine." So if you're out there and want to go out there, she's a great girl. And, of course, her family suffered through an incredible tragedy.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to go out there and support her, not only is it a cool business, they have a little petting zoo there, and they do have food trucks on board, plus a killer place to buy antiques. We have pulled a lot of stuff out of that place for our own house, and cool little spot to drive to. Danny's right. It's a wonderful drive out there. All right, 407-916-1041. Did you guys ever use a dating app?
No.
I have.
I did too back in the day. I endorsed one for a short period of time.
Really? You used one?
I used one. Like after my divorce, I got divorced in 2002. So for a short period of time, like right at that, like literally right after my divorce, I endorsed this dating app.
Do you remember it?
I don't remember the name of the app. It was actually maybe a dating service instead of an app because there wouldn't have been apps back then.
Okay.
Not at that level. I don't think there would have been an app then. That would have been, well, I don't know. Were there apps in 2002?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, because I mean, 98, the smartphone just hit it in 98, right?
Yeah.
Or was it?
No.
2008.
2008, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
smartphone
yes.
2000. So we're still beeper phoning.
Yeah.
Or, flip phoning at that point. So, yeah, definitely no apps at that point. So it was a dating service.
What app have you used?
Tinder.
Tinder, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. We outside, baby.
Yeah. But I found it to be the Wild West. Like it was it was crazy.
Slick.
Like I remember it just being crazy because one of the things they did, like this, not a speed dating thing, but it was like a group thing where you went in and you met a bunch of people after you picked out their profile, or whatever, and you met them. And it was just as completely crazy as you thought it could be.
Well, no, actually, it's not because people are going back to that interactive. People are
Face
getting
to face,
yeah,
like the
'cause
speed
people
dating?
are getting burned out.
Yeah.
On the dating apps.
What are being
which
lied to?
I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure that's the case with the slick monster over there.
Oh, nah, I got catfish like hella crazy.
Did you really?
All the time.
My man said he got catfished hella crazy.
Hella crazy. Like
was it always dudes? Or just
Nah,
like chicks misrepresenting themselves?
Yeah, but I caught on now, man. They do this thing with the angles, right?
Yeah.
Where they take the
Oh,
picture
yeah.
from the top so you can see the cleavage, but you can't see the belly.
Or the
you know
chin.
what I'm saying?
Or the chin,
Yeah,
dog.
you can't see all that. You know
Uh-huh.
what I mean? So when they do that and then you add on the filters, you really can't tell. So you show up at the restaurant and you look right past the chick because you like, that can't be her. And you just like, you looking way down the way and that's her.
Minute you walk in, you're like, please don't be booth 2. Please don't be booth 2. Please don't be booth 2. Don't be booth 2. Well, this guy up here, his name's Dave. Dave says he got tired of the dating apps. He's tired of all of it. His name's David Klein, and he decided an entirely new way. And this is not a new novice idea. It has happened before. What do you think he's doing, Slick? Do you know?
Shoot. Nah, I wouldn't have a clue. Outside of dating apps?
Yeah, not a dating app, but he's going to use a massive way to get the word out that he's single and he's looking to mingle.
How about one of those things that one of those like things where the plane flies and it has
Oh,
this
that's a good one, like a
and-
banner? That's
like a banner.
That's a great, especially the beach too, right?
Yeah.
That's not it. You know the answer?
I do.
Dave put up a billboard. And it's great.
Yeah, it is.
And it is great. Dave's got long hair. Dave looks like a guy who really knows about computers. And his cat's on the billboard. It says Dave is single. He's smiling, thumbs up, as if he's endorsing a realtor. Hey, Bob here just got me 3% off my dream home. And it says, want to go on a date with Dave? Message him at date_Dave_Philly, which should go quite well. And it says Dave Fast Facts. Dave can cook well.
Wow, good. Okay.
Dave has normal hobbies. Dave owns a cat, and then it says in parentheses, pictured. And then it says at the bottom, Dave bought a billboard. I don't know how this is going to work. I would think that you would actually get more crazy from a billboard than you would from an app.
I like this. And also there was if I'm remembering this correctly, there was an actress in Atlanta when Tyler Perry first opened up his studios that did the billboard thing because she wasn't getting callbacks. So she did a whole billboard with all her attributes and a picture of herself right down the street from Tyler Perry Studios.
Oh, that's awesome. That's clever. Is she gonna roll?
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. The guy's only 28 years old. He looks a little older than 28.
He does.
Look, everyone's having a hard time dating these days, finding people and just navigating what dating is like. And the world, the way the world is right now, the age of the internet, it's just so different. So many scams, AI, filters. I couldn't even fathom having to date right now or having to deal with that scene. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I would just hope I bumped into somebody cool and not crazy in the grocery store. That would be, I think, my best case scenario of finding somebody if something were to happen and I were to wind up single again. I would never in a million years even know where to begin. I am such a novice. I'm kind of a bad dater. I don't know why. I don't date well. I never really dated a bunch. I was with two people most of my life. My ex-wife for 12 years. I've been with Tori for almost 20 now. So I don't really know how to date. I think most people are probably in that realm.
Yeah, but you're so good at communicating. I'm sure it wouldn't be hard. I know you probably think that it would be, but I think that if you actually were out in the dating scene, I think a lot of women would like your charisma.
Let me stop this. Like, I agree with you, dude. Like, I know how to have a good time, and I know how to make general conversation. I read a lot, so I know about a bunch of different things. The problem is finding someone genuine. Like, I'm going to tell you, if I went on 3 dates and it seemed like it was connecting and then something really squirrely happened, man, I don't know about 4 dates. I got to tell you, man, I'm not that kind of guy. Like, I feel that if it doesn't happen, like, naturally like that, like, it would be so bizarre.
Yeah,
and it would be so hard to find. I mean, and how often do you date?
Oh, well, not anymore.
Not anymore,
but,
of course,
yeah. But when I did, I think the biggest problem with the online dating is the ghosting.
It's just people not showing up?
Yeah, like when you
or
meet
misrepresenting.
Online, yeah, like when you meet online, I guess they think that it's okay that if you guys start conversing and everything's going good, and if they just kind of not feel the same way anymore, then they just disappear.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like it's like back in the days, you had to like literally lose somebody's number.
Right.
But now it's just like, oh, okay, I met him online. I ain't gonna talk to him.
Yeah, and not to mention, it's like you can hide from them. I mean, they can find you 1,000 different ways.
Absolutely.
It says dating apps, which are getting worse, prioritize dopamine hits to get users addicted to algorithms. That's what this guy says, who's a licensed professional counselor and author of a book called Big Date Energy. And they want to feed you to keep you content. I would think just the dishonesty of that. And I think once you get to a certain age, I saw a meme on this the other day. I think when you get to a certain age and you can, like, if at my age point, like I'm 55, 56, if you go out and date, you can assume that that person you're looking to date is in the same scenario. Maybe they were in a long-term relationship. It didn't work out. Separate ways, and then you meet somebody that is relatively normal, just in a long relationship that kind of came to a natural end, right? But if it's not that, and you're like 35, and you're meeting people who are women who are 35, 36, or fresh out of marriages with young kids and some baggage, I couldn't.
Nah, it's tough. It's definitely tough. But I've met some characters, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah?
Yeah, like I met this one chick from Chicago. And, I was, we met up for a lunch date, right? So we're in the restaurant and everything. We hadn't done much talking to that point. But I realized that she's probably the most hateful woman I've ever met in my life.
What'd she do to prove that?
Because she hated everything.
Oh, really?
I've never met somebody that literally hated everything. Like, I asked her, I was like, yo, where you from? She's like, Chicago. I was like, oh, I love Chicago. I spent a lot of time there and stuff. So she's like, where are you from? I'm like, I'm from Brooklyn. Oh, New York? Yeah, I hate New York. Why do you hate New York? Because, it seems so great on TV, but then you go there and it's dirty and blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, okay, that's fine.
So Chicago, sometimes depending where you go to Chicago.
Chicago's jealous for not being New York.
Right. So I'm like, okay, no, that's fine. So we continue to talk. She's like, and I start telling her about my military service. And she's like, what branch were you in? And I'm like, the Army. Oh, I hate the Army. Well, goddamn.
There's the door, honey.
You hate everything about me, and it just went that way the whole time. Everything I said.
And you can say this, you know what? It's great that you hate stuff because I hate paying for dinners.
Right, exactly.
Man, we have finally found some common ground. So girlfriend, I'm your man because I hate paying. So get out that card.
It was terrible, man.
It says, contrary to what apps show, there really is no endless sea of suitors waiting for us. And that's what they really try to sell you, right? There's just a warehouse of qualified, completely sane women or men waiting for that lonely, unsuspecting suitor to come rolling by so they can attack. But it's not like that at all, actually. The choices are very limited. When I did that one for just a short period of time, I think I endorsed them for like 3 months. I remember I'd go through those lists. It would give you a notification on your machine if somebody had, they added a new profile, and inevitably it was the same profile, just a different picture. It was just like, I love cats, and I have a whole bunch of overalls, and you want to go canoeing, and I make my own falafel and just stuff like that, and then just one after the other.
You'd think you'd dig the one that made their own falafel.
Yeah, it's
being that you're a foodie.
It's the overalls. It's the overalls. And then one lady had a bunch of ferrets. Like her profile was a picture of a ferret. Yeah.
That's weird.
Dressed up like a miner. It was weird. All right, 407-916-1041. Yeah, I don't think I'd do well with that. I definitely would not put up a billboard. That would be so embarrassed.
I don't know, man. I kind of like that flex, though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
That feels like troll bait at the nth level, dude.
Oh, yeah,
you're putting it all out there, like for everybody. You're not telling me some pissant little middle schooler is driving by and like, oh, I got what Dave needs.
Absolutely. He's definitely getting catfish. Out of 99, maybe 99 out of 100 emails are nothing but people clowning him. Just straight clowning him.
It's that one Russian girl, though, that gets through there that really means business that he's never going to make it to. He says, what you guys are talking about, this is a young lady that texts in. She goes, what you guys are talking about is exactly why I will be single for the rest of my life. And one says, I'm single and tried dating apps and it sucks, scams, ghosting, etc. Plus, most of the women are so over it that their profiles start out with disclaimers.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, don't slide in my DMs.
Absolutely.
Here's my list of no's before we even get to even one yes.
Absolutely. If you married, swipe left. If you got a girlfriend, swipe left. If you want me to be your third, swipe left.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's the rules set up.
That's the rule breaker.
No thrupping?
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Take a little break. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
All aboard for Real Yacht Rock Weekends.
We're still having fun, and you're still the one.
Every weekend this summer on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Looking at activity blocking at least 2 right lanes eastbound on I-4 this afternoon near the John Young Parkway exit. Still looking at major delays southbound on Florida's Turnpike due to a serious crash blocking all southbound lanes on the toll road between US 27 and County Road 561, causing stopped traffic back from the Claremont and Leesburg toll plaza. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Maitland Emergency. HCA Florida Maitland Emergency, located just south of Maitland Boulevard on Forest City Road, is now open 24/7. Visit HCAFloridaHealthcare.com to learn more. This emergency department is part of Oviedo Medical Center. This is not an urgent care center. Its services are billed at hospital rates.
Man, let's get you that new bathroom you've been dreaming of for so long. My friends over at Rebath in Mid-Florida are all about that life for you. They want you to have that beautiful guest bathroom. They want you to have those birthday parties or Thanksgiving get-togethers or Christmas get-togethers or New Year's Eve parties at your house again. Finally, no more going to your mom's or your dad's or your brothers or sisters. Now it's at your house because now you finally have a bathroom you can be proud of. And Rebath can do that in just 4 to 6 days. And they give you a lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. And if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, we'll just keep turning this up. $800 in free upgrades, fixtures, floating glass doors, whatever you want to do. These guys got you covered. And they have multiple choices of products, man. Multiple choices of styles and colors of toilets and sinks and tubs and lighting and tile and cabinetry. It's all there. You sit down with their design teams, your ideas, and then they pitch their products onto it. And next thing you know, you have a bathroom you're going to love forever. Drop by the showroom, 436 up in Altamont. Go in, look at those bathrooms and see what they have to offer. Look at those products, fall in love with them, and then book your bathroom. Do that at rebathmidfla.com.
Car crash? Call Klausman. KlausmanLaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN.
Win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. September 20th and 21st.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
Own the moment with the Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses. Wear timeless styles with technology that lets you listen to music, capture pictures and videos, live stream, make a hands-free call or text, and even ask Meta AI questions on the go, all while you stay present in the moment.
Hi, this is Kim Kardashian.
Lie. That's actually Michael Carbonaro.
I only perform magic for my cat.
Oh, another lie. He loves performing with a live audience.
My show has a lot of alligator wrestling.
Alligator? No, it will feature incredible magic.
It is a night of fun you don't want to miss.
Oh, yeah, finally something true. From the Carbonaro Effect. Magician Michael Carbonaro lies on stage. Must be 21 or older to attend.
Would I lie to you?
August 22nd, Seminole Hard Rock Tampa. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Seminole Hard Rock Tampa.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny Final Expense Insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for Final Expense Insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Hey, if you want a nicer, newer car you can afford, go for the gold during my Old Ride Relay. RC Hill here. If your old ride's a loser, too many miles, too many problems, or just doesn't look good, hand it off to me. I'll give you over Kelly Blue Book value. Here at RC Hill, we're focused on affordability. My dream team of finance specialists hustle hard to help you find a car you'll love at a low rate and a monthly payment that fits your budget. That's what my perfect payment program is all about. Get a great deal on a new 2024 Mitsubishi with a lifetime warranty. Or check out our certified used trucks, SUVs, and sports cars. So if you hate your old ride, get in the game and get way over trade value. But hurry, this race ends this weekend. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. RC Hill Mitsubishi and used car superstores in DeLand and Ocala. See all the gold medal rides at rchill.com. That's rchill.com. And if you need to sell your car today, visit rchillbuyscars.com. We pay you on the spot.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
A violent crime is committed every 24 seconds. The U.S. Concealed Carry Association exists to provide you with firearms education, training, and access to self-defense liability insurance. So when trouble comes, you'll be ready. Over 800,000 Americans trust the USCCA, and right now, there's an exclusive, limited-time offer for radio listeners. Go to defendfamily.com to get a free family defense guide, a survival secrets training video from a retired FBI agent, and see all the benefits of membership. Go to defendfamily.com now.
Savings class is in session at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Right now, close out pricing on new Nissans or find the perfect back-to-school pre-owned vehicle. And school shopping is on us with a $500 Visa gift card. Don't be late to Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Online at OrlandoNissan.com. Home with a lifetime warranty. With purchase of a new Nissan. See dealer for details.
The number one cause of accidents is distracted driving, like cell phones, eating, and playing with the radio. So leave it right here on Real Radio. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
I'm Geraldine Thompson. As state senator, I do not back down. I stand up to protect our voting rights and abortion rights from extremists. As mother and grandmother, I stand up to those who want to take away funds from public schools and put more guns in our streets and classrooms. I'll never stop standing up for you. By August 20th, vote Geraldine Thompson for Florida Senate District 15, political advertisement paid for and approved by Geraldine Thompson, Democrat for State Senate.
iHeart's Yacht Rock Radio goes commercial-free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s smooth soft rock all weekend, all commercial-free. High tide, low tide, no tide. Yacht Rock Radio works anywhere. Open the free iHeart app, search Yacht Rock, and start listening. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Radio.
one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks again for tuning in. We appreciate that every day, guys. If you want to help out a little bit more, you could go to YouTube, type in the Jim Colbert Show. When that pops up, give us a like and subscribe. You can also access that through, excuse me. You can also access that through JimColbertLive.com.
Yeah, you can.
Big help there. Yeah, guys, we've been an absolute asset this week. We've asked, and you guys have come through, put us over 6,000, which is so awesome. Thank you so much. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Slick is here.
What up, what up?
Love having you, brother. I really do. We really, really, really enjoy you coming on the program.
Man, I love being here. You guys are my family.
Word. All right, 407-916-1041. That's an appropriation, right? I can say word.
Yeah, but
you can say that. You're hip hop.
I said word as a kid, so I can say word now, right?
Listen, hip hop is a culture, not a color.
That's right. You're right.
There you
Hip hop
go.
is a culture, not a color. That's right.
Exactly.
Right. Anything exciting new out there right now happening? I haven't really kept in anything drop that's any good.
I can tell you what's really bad.
Okay, please.
Okay, so we all know that Lauryn Hill is notorious for not showing up to shows,
Yeah,
right?
did she just cancel a bunch of?
Yeah, she canceled a bunch of shows. And so
the Fugees.
Yeah, and apparently her Fugees bandmate Praz is really upset about this. And so he decided to make a diss record.
Oh.
And he put out a diss record on Lauryn Hill.
How good is it?
When I tell you, these are some of the worst bars I've ever heard in my entire life.
Who is this again?
Praz. He's one of the bandmates.
Yeah.
Terrible. When I tell you terrible, look, let me tell you right now, don't even waste your time going to YouTube and looking this up. The name of the song is Bar Mitzvah. Now, if you put bar in the name of a song, it's got to be dope, right?
Yeah, it should have some bars.
Should.
Wrong. Okay? Absolutely terrible. I won't even waste the saliva to even mouth the words that some of these bars said. But let me just put it this way. Lauryn Hill ain't got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, really. Yeah, she's fine.
Wow.
Well, she's look. I wasn't a giant Fugees guy. That's that era of hip hop that I didn't really get into in the '90s and stuff.
Yeah,
wasn't my thing. I know she's an incredibly talented woman, a beautiful woman as well.
Absolutely.
I also know that there's a lot of drama that seems to cycle around her and that group for that, but that doesn't really, again, I think Lauryn Hill's going to be just fine without Praz.
Yeah. She's going to be just fine. I mean, I think Praz is I think he just got convicted of some kind of crime or something like that. He's supposed to be going to jail soon.
Was it an embezzlement thing?
Yeah, something crazy like that. He's supposed to be going to jail.
I think I remember that. Hold on, it's pure.
Yeah, he's supposed to be going to jail. And Lauryn is notoriously late, but I guess he got tired of people blaming the Fugees for always not showing up and being late. Right. So
it was
decided
her.
to do a song.
It was her the whole thing. I mean, I think a lot of bands deal with that. I just saw an interview with Wes Borland the other day. He was the guitar player for Limp Bizkit.
Okay, yeah.
And that's another guy during that whole thing that Fred Durst, who's the singer, didn't have a lot of pals in that business because he was kind of a douchebag.
Mm-hmm.
They got very popular, and he was, he wasn't really pleasant. And unfortunately, Wes Borland's supposed to be one of the nicest guys you ever met. He spent a lot of time over there in the Melbourne area, if I remember right. Matter of fact, if I remember when I worked with the Monsters, there was a girl that used to listen to the show, and that guy used to go to her house and hang out in her bedroom. Her wall was signed by him.
Wow.
Because of that whole thing. And he's supposed to be super cool. And unfortunately, they get the rap of being douchebags because their lead singer's a douchebag.
Yes, they do. And also he really kind of struck me as the type of person that was trying to push him away because he wanted to be solo anyway. That's how it seemed to me.
Oh, he want to be on his own?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking at 20 years in prison, by the way.
Woo.
And this is that Leo DiCaprio thing. You remember that case that got Leo DiCaprio wrapped up into it? And he was kind of he tried to be a character witness for Praz, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and it did not work out well. Grammy Award winner, by the way.
Ugh.
Yeah, federal court. It's for conspiracy, witness tampering, and failing to register as an agent of China.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He was charged of domestic and international influence peddling, which sounds awful.
And that's crazy.
Or James Bond.
Sounds like treason.
They're supposed to go on this world tour. They're heading to Europe. Well, they canceled all the U.S. shows, but they still have the Europe ones left. But I don't know if they're going to do that now that he dropped this terrible diss record. I don't even know if she's going to even want to go with him.
I doubt it, man. Why would you? Why would you want to be somebody like that?
That's crazy.
The money's out there, but again, she can make money on her own. She doesn't really need the Fugees to do her thing. Her name really was the band in actuality.
Yeah, but I saw her last year. She came on the Tom Joyner cruise, and her show was supposed to start at 3:30, and she didn't get on the deck until like 7:15. How are you late on a cruise? Like, you're on the cruise. You're there already. You don't have to, like, how?
They're not choppering you in, honey.
Yeah, like how?
Yeah.
Well,
You know?
it was like the show that we last talked about with that the Beat was getting ready to have for their birthday.
Oh, right. Yeah, with Boss Man D-Lo.
And he did not take the stage until 3 a.m.
Crazy.
3 a.m.
Don't they turn the power off to the ship at 3?
Well, no, this was at a club.
Oh, I thought this was on a cruise.
This was
again.
a show I wanted to go see. And,
that's right. I
And
remember
asked
that.
someone in the elevator, like, man, what time did Boss Man D-Lo finally make it on stage? And he was like, 3 a.m.
Is that like all artists, like all hip hop artists have that thing?
Well,
all
Madonna.
that I've seen, and I'm not even gonna lie.
All
that
what?
all that I've seen, they've always done this. It may not be as late as a Lauryn Hill, but they've all done this. But I can tell you, when she was on the ship, a lot of the people that were in charge of the show were really pissed off because apparently, if you don't leave the dock by a certain time, then they fine you. So she was supposed
They find the ship.
Yeah.
man.
So she was supposed to perform at 3:30 because she wanted to fly out of Jamaica. So she ported with us, and then she was supposed to do her show and then leave the ship. But because she got started so late, the ship got fined like in excess of $10,000.
Damn.
Yeah.
And I know that happens a lot with entertainers because I ran into one of the comedians on one of the cruise ships we were on, and when we got to one of our stops, I forget what it was. They have a charter waiting for them to take them to either another ship or that their run is over.
Ooh.
So he's like, yeah, I'm doing, like, I noticed the itinerary. He said one comedian at the beginning of the cruise and then another comedian at the end of the cruise. I'm like, these guys do not spend money on two comedians.
Yeah.
And they work those guys to death. I mean, they're doing like 2 or 3 or 4 shows a day, and they're doing their thing. Still a great gig. I actually talked to one of them for a while. Still a wonderful gig. But when they get to a certain island, they would have helicoptered him onto another boat that was waiting for him as a comedian or something else. And the entertainers are the kings of those ships, by the way.
Oh, yeah. We will get to a stop, and it's like, here comes Bobby Brown or whoever else, just pulling up in a Tahoe, and then they get on, and then at the very next stop, they get off and fly home.
They get off and then fly home. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, and I talked to a number of those people because, when you're on a cruise ship, the person who's dealing you poker could also be in the diving show.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah, that's it's like rural schools. Your coach could also be your science teacher. It's the same kind of thing. And we would talk to him, and she was an entry level entertainer. In other words, she only had a bit part in one of the shows. That's why she dealt as well. But the entertainers, especially the musicians that have a specific skill, that is the gig. I mean, the gig. Nothing else is asked of them.
Yeah.
They don't have to move equipment. They don't have to do anything. Once you're deemed an entertainer, your job is to entertain, and that is it. You don't lift the mic stand. You don't do any of that stuff. It's kind of union-esque.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that person has that job, and that person must do that job. And if you take that job from that person by doing it, even if you're thinking you're doing a favor, you're not. You're taking that person's job.
Exactly. And the worst, there is a bad side to this, Jim, because as a DJ,
you're laugh talking.
Oh my goodness. As a DJ, like you're an entertainer and that's all you have to do. You don't have to worry about anything else. They got the equipment set up. They got your rider.
And explain this because you actually do these crews. Can you talk about who you're a DJ for?
Dougie Fresh.
Yeah. So you're Dougie Fresh's traveling DJ. So when he does gigs, you travel with him.
Yes.
And you DJ his shows.
Yes. And the wild thing is like, so if I travel with Doug, I only have to do his program and that's it. When I do the Tom Joyner cruise, I'm traveling on my own, so I'm an entertainer for the cruise line, right?
Yes.
The only problem is that because you're an entertainer and that's all you do, in order for them to feel like they got their money's worth, they will throw you on any and everything.
Oh, in other words, they will say, hey, you got to go to Lido Deck and DJ the pool party for the next 2 hours.
Yes.
Or then you got to leave there and you got to go up to the atrium and DJ the oldies party with them up there.
And
really?
There's no schedule, so they try to do it, but there's really no schedule, so you're always on call. So no matter where you are, you know how they have that ship app where you can kind of go in the app and you text each other and stuff? It's like, oh, Livewire, we need you on deck 4, okay, when? Now.
I just fell asleep.
Right. Like,
so what ships are these usually that you go on? Is it a multitude or is it usually one line?
Now they do Royal Caribbean and they always choose the biggest one, whichever one that is. I want to say it's
right now it's one. Is it Wonder of the Seas? No, no, it's not. It's the new one that has that front lobe thing. Icon of the Seas.
Yeah, that's it. Icon of the Seas.
There you go.
And that's where we are now. But they used to do Carnival. I think it got a little bit too expensive.
Yeah, and Carnival, in my opinion, this is my opinion only, and we've cruised all of these. In my opinion, Carnival is a completely different machine than Royal. I think Royal is a superior product.
Yeah.
When it comes to that level of cruising, you get into Princess and other Virgin and other cruise lines, it's different. But we like Royal. We have good luck with those guys.
I love Royal too, but the best, I would say the best cruise I've ever been on, and I'm not even lying, Disney.
Really?
Absolutely.
No casino, though.
That's true.
The old ones don't. They are putting casinos in the new ones.
Yeah,
that's a big miss for me, buddy. And I do love going on those cruises. You don't drink either, right?
No.
Yeah. So what do you do? Why is Disney a big deal? If you don't drink or do any of that, why is that so? Why is that?
I love being bougie. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest about it. I love being bougie. They treat you, it's like Chick-fil-A on the seas. You know what I'm saying? They give you anything you ask for. When I tell you service, Jim, I mean, it's like the most impeccable service you will ever encounter on a cruise.
Well, to get that with Royal, you have to spend like $50,000 because I'm telling you, I've cruised with them so many times, and they're like, "Congratulations, you're part of our gold program." I'm like, "Gold? We should be part of your Eagle's Blood program. We should be part of the rarest element on planet Earth program." That's what it should say. That's how much effing money we spent on these things.
Yes, man.
I said gold. Gold is for bitches. Give me some diamond I like platinum something. Gold? That's 5th floor stuff, dude. We need 12th floor stuff.
Vibranium.
That's right, vibranium. I need Iron Man's heart level.
All of that, man. On the Disney, I'll give you an example. On a Disney cruise, I was in a restaurant, and I really enjoyed the steak I had the night before, right? And I'm in this restaurant, and it's a different restaurant because you go to a different one every night.
Sure,
or whatever. And I'm in this restaurant, and I just so happen to mention to my companion, "Hey, you know what? I really love that steak that I had last night. I wish I could have it again."
Yeah.
The waiter was walking by. He done went and told my waiter what I said and brought me that steak from that other restaurant that ain't even on the same deck.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
So we get that eating program on Royal. Oh, you say that's Disney, though, right?
Yeah.
We get that eating program on Royal. We don't do it anymore because it's not worth the money. But we used to do that. We'd get that the food program where you get to eat all the nice restaurants.
Yeah.
They do the same thing. You're like, wow, I really like that watermelon dish from this restaurant. And they would run and get that thing.
Wow.
Well, it's all coming from the same spot.
Yeah.
It's not like they had to go up there and have a chef make it, dude. I got to tell you. They're taking it up on a cart.
Right.
All right, 407. Have you ever been on a really big cruise ship, Deb?
Just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
Which one did you get to go on?
Norwegian.
Yeah.
Norwegian Pearl.
Do you like that? Do you like cruises?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
That wasn't convincing. I didn't really feel that.
You got to get the right one, though, man. I got to tell you, with the right one, I think it's one of those things. It gets essed on all the time as being like a really basic kind of vacation. I do not care.
Oh yeah, no,
not even one bit. I love every second of it. You park me in a chair with a cigar and a drink near a pool with some sun. Man, I got no time for it. I'm good.
I feel like it was you that told me about that couple that decided to retire and just live on a cruise ship, right?
That became a thing. Yeah, because, people could do that. I think it costs like 50 or 60K a year to live basically on a cruise ship. And people are like, I'm in.
Yeah, that sounds
laundry every
great.
day, food every day.
Travel.
No problem. The internet was the most expensive thing. The internet,
super expensive.
Having access to internet every day, you have to work out like a program because it's damn expensive.
Yeah,
you think about you get it just for 3 or 4 days, and it's like $130 just for 3 or 4 days. But most people get it because it's a no-brainer if you have kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
No-brainer. All right, 407-916-1041. You know, the other thing I talked about today, or I read today, Deb, speaking of tablets, there was a story today in the BBC, and it's one of these stories, like, really? It's like tablets are showing to create little monsters out of 2 and 3 and 4-year-olds.
Yeah, that is a big duh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is now they're starting to show, like, scientifically that it's really affecting the way they behave. Like, more than, hey, I'd like to have my tablet. It's like you're taking their food. Like it's that bad for them now. And it's really creating a series of these little feral idiot kids at 2 and 3 and 4 years old that are so dependent on the tablet for parenting and entertainment that they cannot do without it, like an addict.
Well, I was going to say, you know, it's interesting to me. It's obvious, though, because there's such a great help for parents. But when it's been proven that these devices are addictive, wouldn't that be the last place you would want to put it is in the hands of a toddler?
But listen, can I tell you, if you really want to see the dumbing of America, if you want to see what's happening, and we hear that term a lot, go to a breakfast spot. Not a dinner spot. Don't go to a dinner spot or a lunch spot. Go have breakfast. Choose your one. Peach Valley, Kiki's.
I like Kiki's.
You can go to First Watch, any of those spots.
Ooh, First Watch is my favorite.
And do me a favor, go on Sunday and go around 11 and watch the families come in after church, whatever the case may be, and see how many of those families are dependent on tablets to keep their kids quiet while they enjoy their breakfast.
That's a fact.
It is.
Oh, it's the majority of them.
It must be. I'm telling you guys, this past week we were in one of these places, and I'm telling you 25% of the tables that had kids under the age of 10, every kid in the group had a tablet. They were not conversing, not with each other, not with their mom and dad. They barely looked up to order.
Well, mom and dad are on their phones.
Completely. No,
That's true.
Can I tell you, mom and dad were enjoying the silence and talking.
Yeah.
Because their kids were the ones on their phones. The kids have taken that spot now. Anything to keep them quiet and so they don't have to entertain them. Now, I understand that occasionally. Right. And I kind of almost understand it in restaurants because you want your 2 or 3 or 4 year old to be engaged in the restaurant. But man, oh man. Like, yeah. I mean, when you look at it, you're like, God almighty, like the majority of this restaurant, their kids are buried into a tablet.
And some of these restaurants also have the tablet that doubles as the POS system.
Yeah, the order system.
Yeah, but you can also like play games and stuff like that. Yeah. They know. They know what's up.
We're just a little bit away from your table actually being a screen, right?
Yeah.
So think about that, right? You could do that. If you took a flat screen TV and you turned it upside down and made it a flat surface and then laminated it so it couldn't hurt, I mean, you could theoretically sit there and have an active screen as your table. Man, that's when things really get fun.
Yeah.
All right.
The fries are covering my screen.
All right, I lost a Pokemon because of your ketchup. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. We'll take a little break and then get the hell out of here on a Thursday. We'll do that next.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Hey there, Central Florida. This is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Thursday evening forecast. Heat and humidity going to last through the overnight tonight as those last couple of scattered showers and thunderstorms fizzle out as we head into about the 8-9 o'clock hour. Things going to continue to stay hot and humid through the rest of the night, but get ready for a beautiful Friday on tap. Temperature is going to be throughout the upper 80s, and that humidity is going to be cut down from much cooler air being pulled in from Ernesto. It's going to be a great day to spend outside to wrap up the work week.
This report is sponsored by Direct Auto. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With savings of up to 25%, you can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com. Savings based on discounts can vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. Let me tell you something, man. This is just me being honest and talking to you about a product. I've been in this business for 31 years. I've endorsed a number of products in my life and a number of services in my life. But I will tell you guys, I don't know that I've had one that's impacted people more than Life Imaging FLA. And I'm just being dead honest with you. When we had Dr. Sean Mahan in here a couple months ago, talking about CTE, and he told me straight to my face, there is zero question that these scans are one of the most, if not the most efficient way to give you a better idea of what your health is like earlier in your life. And when you have a doctor of 30 years that's been doing that, telling you to your face with zero blinks, you've got to lean on this technology and use it to your advantage. It is time to be a hero. Tell your friends and family about Life Imaging FLA. And if you have that family member you believe that really could benefit from this scan, do it. Early detection saves lives. I've got a personal scenario right now that'll tell you, early detection saves lives, guys. Take the opportunity that Life Imaging is offering and use it. No dyes. You don't take off your clothes. This entire process is only a few minutes. Do not wait. Do what I did. Do what my wife did, my in-laws did, and plenty of Central Floridians looking for that peace of mind that they can have with a scan from Life Imaging FLA. It's free. It's a $699 value. There are a few minimum requirements. And when you're there, ask about the cancer screening as well. And it's easy to make your appointment. Simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say the keyword free heart scan. That's really all you have to do. Pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. And guys, these are some of the finest people you'll ever meet. The nicest, sweetest, most caring people who truly just want to make sure that you're around for as long as possible for your friends and your family. Do that today.
Hey, checking in?
This is not just your flu shot appointment at Walgreens.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip.
Hey, Mom?
And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family, together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State and health-related restrictions may apply.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Big news for veterans and first-time homebuyers. The Hometown Heroes program provides up to $35,000 down payment and closing costs. Get pre-approved at thatmortgagguydon.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office, Orlando. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
I'm John Morgan, and I'm asking you to stand with me and vote yes on Amendment 3. Amendment 3 will be on your ballot in November, and it will allow adults to possess or safely use marijuana, and that's a very good thing. Amendment 3 will put an end to bad laws that not only cost us millions in law enforcement dollars, but also cost thousands of Floridians their freedom. Nearly 250 years ago, our nation declared our independence. Now it's time for us to declare our independence from laws that demand jail time for simply having or consuming marijuana. Our system of treating adults who consume marijuana as criminals is madness. Join me, John Morgan, in supporting our own Declaration of Independence and vote for the people and vote yes on Amendment 3.
Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Safe Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, Suite 3, 321, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803. Don't wait. Call now. 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803.
Don't miss our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, are you having a good time?
Friday and Saturday, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
iHeartRadio, let's go!
Get tickets now at AXS.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
What an odd demand. You watch us talk now. All right, welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here. She's sneezing. Slick is as well. You're right.
Holy hell.
You lose an eye?
Nope, popped it right back in.
You sneeze really hard. Does every sneeze for you like that? Like really kind of...
Get it out, baby.
Yeah. I sneeze hard like that too.
Yeah, you do.
But I know, like my wife is like, she's like, hee hee.
Yeah, that's
women
not
are
good
supposed to
for
be,
you.
Yeah, like, hee hee. She doesn't really.
No,
I mean,
women ain't supposed to be
it's
anything but
supposed to
what
be
women.
dainty.
No, kiss my ass.
I lost a tooth once. I was like, I chewed like a snipe. That's a joke I did.
I threw my back out sneezing.
Did you really?
I swear to God, like not even 2 weeks ago.
That's when you know you're adulting.
Right.
Is something as simple as a sneeze will put you in a body cast
Dude,
for weeks.
My wife sneezed, and you know that cartilage between your ribs that when you stress it, you can't even breathe. She sneezed and just dropped. I thought somebody shot her. And she goes, and she knows. She's like, and I think it's going to be this thing that's going to move her across the room. She's like, but it's all that built-up pressure.
And that's what popped that cartilage.
And her chest went, and it was donezo. And that is so bad. You know, I've tried to make her laugh every time. Oh, the worst. It's just because I'm a bad person, though. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Got a lot of tractoring to do this weekend, Deb.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, if you want to come by and just watch a man do his business. And you can sit up there in a lawn chair and just watch me shirtless in boots tractor around. Sound good? Expect around 9?
Yeah, I'm going to do my hair.
All that grass going to make us sneeze.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly.
And I got this thing around, because we have a big old yard. So I was paying a bunch of money to have my yard cut. So I got this tractor. And now, really, the tractor payment is basically what I pay to cut the yard.
Right.
And man, that thing's already ready to go again. I cut it last weekend, and it is ready to go again.
Is it like a Forrest Gump tractor or the zero turn?
No, it's not a zero turn. It's a tractor. It's a little what they call a subcompact tractor.
Okay.
It's a little three-cylinder diesel, 4-wheel drive, but it's got the lift bucket and all the other stuff on it. It's a real tractor. It's just small. It looks like a broed out lawnmower.
Okay.
Like imagine like a riding lawnmower and then just juice it. Just straight Drago it.
Because I want a zero turn for my yard because it's too I'm paying somebody right now and my yard is entirely too big to be messing around in this heat.
Yeah,
I just can't do it. I need a riding mower.
And to be honest with you, that's what we were going to get, but we have other things on the property that need to be handled, and I need more implements than just a mower. Yeah. So I wasn't going to spend $3,000 or $4,000 on a really nice mower, and then I have to go out and do something else. So I just bought the tractor that can do it all, and then use the implements, whether the bucket or the forks or what they call a box blade, which is a tilling thing.
Okay.
Or some of the other, or the mower. So it's easy.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'll have plenty of video for you on Monday, Jeff.
I want to see wheat. Piece of wheat.
A piece of wheat?
Oh, yeah.
Overalls with only one strap done.
Yeah, but what I do is I have to do the normal landscaper thing, which is the full-length, rash guard thing, gloves. You can't have any skin showing. I got my Tilly hat.
Well, then why would anybody sit out there in a lawn chair and watch that? I want green acres.
Got my headphones.
You're right, Slick. It's very Forrest Gumpy vibe right now. That's what I'm picking up on. Forrest Gumpy.
Scotch and soda.
Still Gumpy.
Oh, it's 9 a.m. when I'm doing that, though, so things get real testy around 12:15.
Ready for a nap and a shower.
Yeah. When you boil a 40-ounce Scotch and soda under 98 degrees, it makes you ornery.
Yeah, that's not going to curdle in the stomach.
It's like I've been feeding gunpowder to myself for a month. All right, let's do You Heard It Here first. Give me the...
It's time for You Heard It Here First on the Jim Colbert Show.
Well, they said it was going to be fast, and they weren't kidding. The defense rested its case today in the manslaughter trial of Susan Lawrence, who shot and killed her neighbor A.J. Owens last June in Ocala. The trial is going to resume again tomorrow afternoon. Now, today, Lawrence, who's 60, told Marion County Circuit Judge Robert W. Hodges that she opted not to testify after consulting her attorneys.
Have you made a decision on your own?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us what that decision is?
I am not going to testify.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Lorenz could face 30 years in prison if convicted. She says she acted in self-defense, fearing for her life.
She's going to get 20 years. Guaranteed. She's going to spend the rest of her life in jail. She's going to get 20 years, and she's going to have big panties for a long time. She's going to have them big cotton panties for a long time, them pull-ups. Yeah, she's going. There's so much evidence against her, and the reason she didn't testify is she knows she's smoke.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see how the jury rules. Now, for anyone who has a colonoscopy coming up, you may want to turn your radio down for about 30 seconds. Because a doctor is on probation. This is from Fox 35. After issues.
Be very careful with this.
With 2 colonoscopy procedures he supervised, including one involving a screaming patient. Dr. Ishwari Prasad was placed on probation by the Florida Board of Medicine, and he's also required to pay a $7,500 fine. Prasad, a Florida gastroenterologist who's been licensed to perform in the state since 1990, wasn't wearing his hearing aids during 2 colonoscopy procedures he oversaw in 2023 at the Ambulatory Surgery Center in Tampa. Citing the complaint, the Miami Herald noted that Prasad started inserting the scope before the patient was completely sedated. During the second colonoscopy and the patient began yelling, the doctor could not hear it.
Okay. Have you had one of these, Slim?
I have. And they put me to sleep. And it was the best sleep I ever had.
Look,
by the way.
when I walked in, my doctor was playing Bad Company, which is a Southern rock band. And he talked in slang. And he used the word yo right before he filled me up with Propofol. Or Propofol. And let me tell you about Propofol. It is 1, 2, you are done.
Yeah, you're done.
There is zero. He said, quote, you're about to have the best nap you've ever had in your life.
It really was, though. It really was.
I mean, it really was amazing. But I could not imagine being aware during the old steel snake.
Well, so we're going to end it with this then. A blast from the past, not from the back. Some of you may remember, some of you may not, but former Hollywood Squares host Peter Marshall has died at the age of 98. Come on, sing it with me.
Man.
Marshall's family announced he died of kidney failure at his home in California. He was a leading man on Broadway before taking the gig as the host of the game show. For those who don't know, Marshall hosted around 6,000 episodes of the Hollywood Squares from 1966 to 1981 on NBC.
And do yourself a favor, go and YouTube some of those episodes. You're talking some really edgy comedy happening during that show in like the mid 70s. You're like, what?
Couldn't do it now.
I mean, like referencing anal,
right?
Like on a 7 o'clock afternoon or evening game show, dude. Crazy.
Either way, you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thanks, Dad. Appreciate that very much. All right, who do we have to thank today?
Well, first we want to kick it off by thanking Slick.
Yeah,
Thank you, Slick, for producing for us today. We always appreciate it.
All pro, bro. You're an all pro.
Absolutely love being
all
here.
pro.
Oh, we love having you here. Also want to thank Danny Meyering with Orlando Date Night Guide. She, along with attorney Glenn Klausman of Klausman Law. You can get their segments at JimColbertLive.com under the goods. And last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube chat.
Yeah, thank you, guys. We appreciate that very much. We do not have a question of the day. And thanks for your patience. Were we on YouTube today? Were we on there?
We
were
are.
on there.
Yeah,
Okay, very good.
I'm looking at it right now.
Very nice. Okay.
Damn.
Looking forward to seeing everybody at the poker tournament. We still have a couple days for you to get that casino pass. If you have yet to get that, it's realradio.fm/poker. Remember, that gets you in to do everything except play poker. But we really look forward to seeing you guys on Saturday for sure. All right, let's get the hell out of here, buddy. What do you say?
Sounds good.
Jack back tomorrow. Of course, Primetime Kitchen with our buddy Fayez Cara. We'll have Embers only tomorrow as well. Plus your calls, texts, and talkbacks. Slick, let's did it. Let's get out of here. On behalf of Devin, Slick, I, and Jim, we follow the News Junkie. They follow the monsters in the morning after us. It's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Thursday evening.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
But I still love you.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Heavy traffic continues this afternoon on I-4 in the Orlando area due to accident activity blocking 2 lanes eastbound near the John Young Parkway exit. Looking at accident activity that is blocking all southbound lanes on Florida's Turnpike between US 27 and County Road 561, causing stopped traffic back from the Claremont and Leesburg Toll Plaza. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Discover the essence of Florida at Everglades Restaurant Rosen Center. Join us Saturday, October 12th at 6:30 p.m. for an unforgettable evening of culinary artistry and tequila exploration. Savor 6 handcrafted cocktails paired with 5 Mexican-inspired